Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday. It's the 1st of September. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'd help me. Thank you, Time Man. Just to answer a couple of questions in Mike, you cannot bot trade with $3,000 in your account, okay? I'm sorry to say that, okay? It's just you're just underfunded. I'm just sorry to say that. And Peel, I can give you my layout. This is in our YouTube room. So this is my layout link. Now, Peel, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first, okay? Okay, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, so just make sure before you load my layout that you save your layout to the cloud. All right, guys. So what's happening? SHPH, why not? Let's take a look at it. Going to be hard. We're going to be hard pressed to have as much excitement in the room today as we had yesterday with these two, the SHPH and of course the ATXG. So, I mean, this is still alive. I mean, it's up 81%. You know, it had a big pullback from the highs. So what did it close at? Looks like it closed at, was that right? 23? No, closed at 39, but it's up $30. Anyway, interesting to watch. We'll have to see what happens with this one once the market opens. Of course, not shortable for most of us. HPCO. So this is, we may start to see a little bit more excitement in the recent IPOs, just based on what happened yesterday. So this one, HPCO, really did nothing the first, well, I shouldn't say that. It opened so high that it was almost untradeable. So this is 2 days ago, but it's having a little bit of a pop, and I almost guarantee it's because of what happened to those two yesterday. There's no other reason. There's no other news for it. Some earnings plays. OKTA. Big gap down on earnings. Look at this. Down 20%. OKTA earnings play. Lots of volume already. AI is another earnings play. I think it's gapping down. Yeah, AI, another earnings play. Look at this big gap down for AI. Boy, where's the support? Ooh, I think the low right there is 1507. It's at 1521 right now. The next low looking left is 1337. So, I mean, this still has room underneath. So, Mikey, I just want to say, when you say, can you let the bot trade today and show us the settings for a 3K account? There are no settings for different account sizes. Okay, just to let you know. Also, if you're new to trading, I mean, bot trading is not the way to go. I'm gonna just have to flat out tell you that. NTNX, NTNX is an earnings play. Nice, wow, nice pop for it, NTNX. This is a big gap, guys. I mean, this is a really big gap. Look what's happened with NTNX. Look at all these days back here. Starting back in what, May 25th. So it's taken all this out. So the next high looking left is 21.92. So not quite $2 to the next high. So I mean, this has obviously got some room still. NTNX. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get to 21.92, but boy, it's wiped out all throw 3 months worth of stuff on the daily chart. BGXX, BGXX, BGXX is right. Oh man, what's okay? Just exponentially, it's hard to see what's happening on the daily chart. There we go. So, what do we got here? And I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, I don't see any specific news without really diving into headlines. So I don't see any specific news. To me, there looks like there's a lot of resistance anyway, right around $2. PXMD, another recent IPO. Again, I just feel, because there's no news on these that I can see, feel that a lot of these recent IPOs, traders are looking around saying, man, I missed those two yesterday. Is there any way maybe these recent ones can kind of catch a little bit of lightning in a bottle, a little bit? Not saying it's going to happen, of course, but DLTH is another earnings play. DLTH, another earnings play. Big gap down on earnings. Look at this. I mean, there's no support anytime soon. Well, it's a big gap down on earnings, guys. We're going back. So we've got to go back to when? Yeah, it looks not as long ago as I thought, but about a year ago to those areas. Anyway, but you look at this daily chart right now, big gap down on earnings for DLTH. MDB, big expensive one, but this is, I think, really gapping down on earnings. Also, MDB. Don't think there was a lot of volume. No, there was another one I was looking at. MDB, sorry, MDB. Yeah, there's a big gap down on earnings for it. Big expensive stock, down 15%. Not, wow, look at that float. 65 million shares, excuse me, in the float for a 270, well, now a $273 stock. That's not a lot of shares in the float. This is the one that had low volume. It's a big gap up. Let's see if it's still holding. AGIO. Yeah, there's no volume yet. It's up 13%. No volume. I can't see any news on it other than, they're going to be participating in some September investor conference. But other than that, I don't see any specific news as I scour headlines. But it's very low volume, only 14,000 shares. But I mean, if it maintains, it's through the 200-day moving average. No, yeah, sorry, Nanish, there's no way to do what you're asking to do. The other thing is you probably have too many windows if it's a bit of a pain. You shouldn't have so many windows that when you're trying to do back testing, say on top lists or alert windows, you shouldn't have so many anyway, in my opinion, such that it's a pain to have to do them individually. SMTC, cut down, guys, on the number of scans that you've got. Try to focus a lot more. SMTC is another earnings play, not very much volume yet, but another earnings play. So they released after hours yesterday. And of course, semis are getting hammered here. NVDA and NVIDIA, reading all about NVIDIA this morning and China. Of course, it's already been in a swoon for the last 4 days from 179 now down to 144. Morning, Lori and Mohammed. Ollie, another earnings play. I think this is another big gap down on earnings. OLLI. Yeah, look at this. Another big gap down on earnings. And now 200-day moving average looming underneath 52.59, 53.14. So not that far away from the 200-day moving average. Actually, I'm sorry. This is not a huge gap down. It's only down 4%. I thought it was more. Again, not much volume. I think this is the one that I was thinking of. VEEV. Yeah, I mean, it's down 12%. I mean, that's a big gap down on earnings for a $175 stock. Look at this gap down on earnings, VEEV. Just looking what they do. And Campbell's Soup, CPB. Look at this gap down in earnings. Again, not much volume, but look at this gap down. I mean, look at this daily chart, guys, and look at this right down here. Campbell's Soup. So what you do with the AI, Lori, is if you click on our toolbar, click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Premium AI Strategy Trades Window, okay? Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. This is the window that'll pop up, and that's all you really need. You don't need to look at the channel or anything else. That's all you really need, and just wait for the alerts to happen. You can actually then incorporate this as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. So now you can go to the other docked channels and surf if you want, and this will, your layout, which should have this now incorporated in it, will always remain. The other thing is just make sure you have a sound alert on it. Okay, if you right click actions, okay, and then set up the sound, click the play sound, set up the sound. You can have if you want text to speech for one window, that's fine. And the reason I say one is the whole idea of sound alerts is to have a different sound alert for the different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So obviously you can't have them all text to speech. Otherwise, you'd never know which window it's coming from. So, and you don't have to use text to speech. We've got these use custom sound, and you can select. And then we've got 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. Oops. Okay. And all you have to do is, highlight one, left click on it. You can open it and then you play it. If you like the sound, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to that window. But that's how I would do it. So you don't have to stick on the AI channel at all. Just give me a moment. All right, let's take a look and see what the analyst. This is probably, well, no, we got 2 more days to the end of this week, and next week they'll probably be a little more active in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Let's see what they're talking about today. Yeah, we got a few more downgrades this morning. So let's take a look at the upgrades. Not too many. Well, you'll get an alert. I mean, you'll get when there's an alert, you'll see it. Okay, and you'll see the entry price. Now you don't have to get in right at the penny. I never take anything right when I see it. So you'll see an entry price. You'll see a stop. Whoa! Look at this, guys. SHPH. Oh my goodness. So yeah, you'll have a I like to call a suggested entry. When you get the alert, and nothing will happen until at least 9:35, okay? There are no alerts in the pre-market, no alerts after hours. Earliest alert would be at 9:35. When you get the alert, just click on it, see what it's doing. If you like the trade, take it. Okay? Oh my goodness. You know what? I have a note to myself. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I have a note right down here. You can have all the shares you want at $71.68. If I could take a screenshot of this. Oh, brother. Anyway, let's get the upgrades in. Of upgrades for FUTU, FUTU. So, wow, guys, holy smokes, well, it looked like there were a lot more downgrades, but there's one stock that's being downgraded by many, 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 many companies, and that is OKTA. It's an earnings play, we know that, and that is OKTA. By the way, I'm hearing FMTX, guys. The reason I'm not talking about it, this is a buyout, okay? FMTX is a buyout, and also TRQ is a buyout. That's why I'm not talking about it. Let's take a look. OKTA had one, two, three, four. I see seven downgrades. Seven downgrades for OKTA. Wow. Well, okay. I think we used to have a penny stock channel. I think if you click on channel bar, but before you do that, do we still have it? Do I see penny channel here? Here we go, penny movers. Okay, so penny movers, okay, penny movers. So, but I caution you, Lori. So we took in the dock channel bar, you're not going to find this, okay? You'd have to go to the old channel bar, and there it is. But remember, if you click on anything from the old channel bar, it's going to replace your layout. So listen, we got rid of a lot of these because they just weren't being used, to be honest. And we have too many. I mean, we don't want to confuse our customers, okay? And we're trying to pare down the number of channels that we have. But there it is. But again, I caution you because if I clicked on it right now, my layout would go, okay? But you can create your own scan really with penny. I mean, you just have to create a price range, minimum volume. So if you're looking for stocks between, I don't know what your range is, 10 cents to a dollar. I mean, I can give you something. Mohammed, that is just something from briefing.com. Okay. Many websites out there will give you upgrades and downgrades. I use briefing.com. So I can give you I created this a long time ago. Share, okay, called Penny Stock Explosion, okay? At the top list, you can take a look at it, and then you can adjust it, to maybe a different price range, volume, etc. Oh man, I was only going to take 50 shares. Just oh well. 7168 is staring at me. I've got this written down. I mean, that's actually now above the high of yesterday, I think. 84.70. Yeah, that's above the high yesterday now. Oh, that's just something. IG, when I was looking at it this morning, there was an ask at 71.68. I wrote it down. I said, Barry, you can have all as many shares as you would want at 71.68. I wrote that down. Note to myself. And then I moved on. Just comic relief, IG. All right, guys, just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the major sectors. So I'm going to click from new, click on the dock channel bar, click on the show more, and then we'll go to the sector status. And let's see what now again, we're in for another rocky open. Rocky open, guys. Nothing is positive, not even the energy sector. So nothing is positive today. So what you're seeing, these are the major sectors. So this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. So these are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 100% in red, that means that 100% of them are down from yesterday's close as we speak. Okay. Look at tech. No, not quite 100%, 93%. I mean, there's no positive sector, guys. Zip. Not even the flight to safety, the dividend stocks, utilities as I call them, but nothing. Zip. Now, we'll look at this if I can remember. Omni is in the room. It can remind me around, if I'm not busy, around 10 or 10:15. I'll take a look at this, but a slightly different look, the change from the open, to see if things have, okay, they're still maybe down from yesterday's close, but are they rallying from their opening print? I never, ever, ever said take 1,000 shares of SHPH. Never, never. I was surmising about the other one, the ATXG. Maybe that's what you're thinking of, and saying, had all sorts of opportunity yesterday at $20. I say, man, if you took 1,000 shares at $20, but no, 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 no. Oh, I see. Just kidding. Can't tell, guy. I can't tell. I got to answer every question like it's a real question. I mean, I did okay. I mean, I left oodles behind on the SPHH, on the SHPH, but anyway, we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll get another one. And the interesting thing, as Zach said yesterday, I usually don't care about these uplistings. So this basically was uplifted from it was a pink sheet stock, and so it started trading on Nasdaq yesterday, but it came from the pinks, and I usually discount those, but not now. Yeah, FMTX is a buyout. Okay, that's why I haven't talked about it. FMTX is a buyout. Novo Nordisk has bought them, $20 a share, so basically right at the price. So here you are. Okay. And the other one was the TRQ. I guess this deal now is they are they're saying that Rio Tinto will acquire at $43 a share. So if you're wondering, well, okay, why don't I just buy this right now? Right now, it's only 31, and Rio Tinto is saying they'll acquire it for 43. Remember Twitter, okay? There's no absolute 100% guarantee this is going to go through. You know, shareholders are still going to have to, I think, vote on this, etc. I see there, you know, these law firms coming out of the woodwork investigating whether this is a fair price or not. So anyway, so that's why all I'm saying is that it looks obvious. Well, why not just buy it? It's 31. Now, first of all, even if it does go through, it's not going through now, like today. It'll probably have to go through regulatory hurdles, etc. OKTA. Now let's see how much further down this is. So the volume is. Look at the volume really picking up. All those downgrades, guys. What, 7 downgrades? And you know, completely breaking down. I have to go back a few. So we're right here. So we've got to go back 2 years before we start to see these lows for OKTA. Yeah, D88. I see you got your email address there. I wouldn't do that. Okay, so I just don't feel comfortable having you put your email address there. You never know who's in the room, and no, you're not breaking a rule. I'm just trying to protect you, to be honest. Okay. I just don't want to see you get, some idiots. It's a free room, so yeah, we see the people who post regularly and all that, but there are a lot of people lurking, and you just never know who's there. So just trying to protect you. Yeah, I mean the HBCO guys. I mean, there's only one reason this is happening, and well, I think anyway, it's because of those two from yesterday. The two IPOs from yesterday, so traders are now starting to look at the recent IPOs, and maybe they could get rolling again a little bit. Thank you, Zach William. So yeah, there's less than a minute left, guys, to the open. So let me get rid of this, and as always, I'll be concentrating on my races that will begin at 9:30. Yeah, practice, 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 Alex. Exactly. That's why we have a simulator, which I'll go over, before you start trading. And we've got about 5 seconds. And we are now open, and my races are beginning. And we've got Nutanix, guys, NTNX, and we have our first halt of the day. I thought it was going to be halted because the price was not moving. SHPH, first halt of the day. Okay, guys, sorry. Another internal discussion. Okay, so CMRA, monkeypox play. I just don't see that these things are really moving anymore. Yeah, I'll put JZ up. Yeah, it's moving a little bit. I mean, you're right. It's up 16%. I mean, this is the one that I really had high hopes for. It just that it opened way too high. All right, so the HPCO, little bit of a pop here, guys. HPCO. Again, I just think these are sympathy plays right now to the SHPH. Well, to SHPH specifically. Well, here's one that just moving down, guys, came in the 10-day daily breakdown. NEOG, NEOG. So what's the market doing right off the bat? Well, okay, not good. NEOG, guys. Now, again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I may have taken this short right off the bat if it had been an all-time low. It's not an all-time low. HBO, yeah, HPCO is halted. Okay. And we have another halt. Pixie. Now these guys, I think they probably did a reverse split at some point because I don't remember. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember this being really a $90 stock. I think this is split adjusted. I may be wrong. Zach, I'd just like to ask you a question if you can hear me. Were there any shorts available for you at any price for ATXG or SHPH yesterday at center point? Just out of curiosity. If you're hearing me. No, sir. Thank you. I'm probably going to regret not piling into OKTA right off the bat, all those downgrades. But again, I just really reluctant to trade in the first 15 minutes. You know, these things, even though they had all those downgrades, you know, they can just be too whippy in the first 15. So you know what? I just let it go. There's always something else to trade. And PSTG, look at the NEOG. I mean, there's one 1970 was the alert. This is what I'm talking about, guys. These are, I am sharing these scans. So there's the alert, 1970. It's 1946 now on a short. PSTG is actually an earnings play. I thought it was positive this morning. Yeah, it was positive this morning, but it looks like it's going to go negative. PSTG. Well, boy, NEOG. This is not an earnings play, is it? It says they completed a 3M food safety business merger. There is news on this one, so I don't quite get it. That is for the NEOG. Shareholders not liking this merger, I guess. So this is obviously going to be longer than a 5-minute haul for the SHPH. There's another recent IPO, guys, the PXMD. Well, this just went negative now, guys. PSTG just went negative. You know what? I wanted to take it, but I was a little late. I know it's somewhat breaking a rule, but I just think, look at the market. I couldn't get it where I wanted it, the PSTG. Whoa, look at the HPCO now, guys. Yeah, it just resumed. Oh man, and it just got halted. Just got halted. Saw this one in the pre-market. The FWBI, not a low float. Almost 3/4 of a billion in the float. Roth capital maintained. Is there a price target? Sure, why not? I mean, it's nonsense, but look, coverage with the buy, and how about putting a price target of 25 when the stock's at 3? Sure, why not? Look at Sentinel. This was another one from yesterday. Sentinel. This is an earnings play after hours yesterday. No real reaction. I mean, this is the move area right there. That's the after hours action for Sentinel. This morning, no real reaction to its earnings, and then the market opened, and look at this. Well, it's going to be pretty tough to commit to any sort of a long today, unless it's one of these sort of ones that are truly the alpha stocks that don't care. Yeah, like Nutanix as an example, NTNX. So far, Nutanix does not care what's happening with the rest of the market. It's an earnings play, getting closer. I mean, it's still got a ways to go, but a dollar, what, 30? 30 to go, 32 to go before it hits that 200-day moving average. It was that big gap up. I mean, look at that big gap up. All right, SHPH did open. So it was a 10-minute, yeah, it was a 10-minute halt, but it just got halted on the way down now, guys. So it just got halted on the way down now. Here's another recent IPO, fairly recent IPO, GCT. Had a pretty good debut, actually. Got up to $62 after 3 days before it, collapsed all the way down to 14. So GCT, another recent IPO. All right, guys, AI on the way down here. AI on the way down from that 10-day daily breakdown scan. Another earnings play. Getting beaten up. Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, AI on the way down through that whole number. Big, big break underneath that 15 level. I don't know if I mentioned Liquidia, but again, this is just getting hammered, guys. I mean, this is really getting hammered again. It seemed like the news was decent for it a couple of days ago, and then it got beaten down. Yesterday, it tried again. But look at this. I mean, the next low looking left is 333. It's at 460 right now. Spy's trying to put in a mini recovery, guys, a little bottoming tail in that first 15-minute chart. A mini recovery. And Pixie resumed. PIXI resumed. I don't see any news on this one. Yeah, the GCT just got halted also. Oh, was halted, I should say. Boy, the Liquidia guy's just taking an absolute killing again here. So HPCO, I guess, opened. Yes, HPCO opened. Well, obviously the key level would be 10. I mean, I believe certainly that number is a big psychological number to get through. Did hit 1064. It did hit 1064, so I'll put an alert around 1025 and just see if it takes out 10 again, because all traders are looking at 2 days ago got up to 41. So they're wondering, well, can it start to fill in a little bit of that area? Yeah, I tried to break my rule a little bit here in the PSTG. I just didn't get it. Rule being not like trying to stay away from trading in the first 15. Okay, so CMRA, Chimera Life Sciences shares are trading higher after the company announced it has entered into a purchase agreement with Arena Business Solutions for up to 15 million of the company's common stock. So that's giving this one a little bit of a pop this morning. CMRA. This is a monkeypox play also, so but no mention of monkeypox in that press release. Oh, look at the pure storage now, guys. PSTG took out that 200-day moving average, 2884. No, I freely admit I didn't. I forgot to look where it was. I was trying to get this just underneath 29. Yeah, just underneath 29. Okay, guys. Well, the HBCO now very highly risky. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say highly risky on something like this. It's highly risky. Okay. So it took out that level, but it dropped immediately down. Okay, now I'm going to start looking at some of the ones that are won some races early. Of course, the HBCO. I do see BHC actually. I do see it. I thought the last time I saw it just a little over 6 or 616 or so. Is that right? Boy, my 10-day daily breakdown scan is really gold right now, guys. I mean, I think virtually every one of them. All right, guys. Keeping an eye on this HPCO. Definitely whippy. Okay. That is correct, Captain Kangaroo. I mentioned that yesterday, that September is historically, when you're looking at the overall market, the Dow, the SPY, and NAS and all that, is the worst performing month historically. We don't care because the stuff that we see don't really care too much about what the overall market's doing, especially in something this particular scan here. So I guess GCT open. Z Fox, guys, this one was active yesterday. I really, this was doing its thing when the other ones were, and I couldn't really pay any attention to it, but ZFox, what do they do? Cyber security, okay. I think based on the price, it looks like this was a SPAC that turned into ZFox. Looks like it was. Hello, Sunny from our YouTube room. Good morning. Oh, what an alert here, guys. I just didn't get it. PSCG 28.89, 27.96 now. There's a dollar move from that alert on the 10-day daily breakdown. Again, that's a scan that I am sharing when a little bit, I'll go over some of the things you'll find on my homepage, including all the scans that I'm sharing. And it's funny because when you look at PSTG, it released earnings after hours yesterday. Looked pretty good. There's the pop after hours. There's this morning. It was kind of holding. Had that bottom right there, but it came right back up. It was kind of holding still. Definitely was positive. But now look at it. It's gone negative, PSTG, on earnings. Yeah, okay, guys, looks like the bloom is off that HPCO. Well, I waited several times for that 10 break. It happened a couple of times, but did not hold. So still have my alert there, maybe later on in the day. I think if this SHPH really gives it up, I think that'll be it for these ones today. It's been halted, but halted and potential open around 89. There's the halt at $100. Again, guys, this is Interactive Brokers, okay? That blue screen, blue window, that is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something similar, time and sales, showing a halt and then the potential where it could open. And if your broker doesn't have it, well, you should have IB then. All right, INAB, okay, above yesterday's high. This was a big flyer a couple of days ago, got up to 331. I found it difficult intraday trader, but it is starting to move, INAB. So you can see how the top 10 list is being built automatically from the race scan. There'll be a top 10 list that'll be generated. You see the numbers behind the symbols. That tells you how many races a stock has won. So far, nothing spectacular. Nothing has won even 2 races yet. Of course, how does a stock win a race? Well, in the list of symbols that you're tracking in a top list, when the race starts, so this race started but a little less than about 45 seconds ago. So since the race started, GCT from that entire list of stocks, which is based on the stocks having between 1 and 50, for me, $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum volume, and up 2% from yesterday's close. That percent will show you how much a stock has moved since the race started. I'll go over the racing in a lot more detail a little bit later. Yeah, how important it was. I know some don't agree, but how important it was that that 10 mark for HPCO, that 10 mark was, solidly attained and holding, just didn't do it. I mean, these are spikes above it, yes, but then they spike right back down almost immediately. So I did click on GTLB. So it must have shown up. It didn't win a race, but maybe it was moving up because I know I clicked on it. Or maybe not. Maybe, well, it seems familiar though, Jamie. It does seem familiar. No, this would not, okay. Yeah, this would not show up. So I'm wrong. This would not show up on any of the races I've got because, it's down for the day. So none of my races are looking at shorts. And it may have showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown if I'd had a higher price range. Okay, but my price range I think is 35 tops. Yeah, 2 and 35. Again, that's just a personal. If you up that to 60, almost for sure you would have seen this. You can go to my homepage, okay, Stock Trader. Just give me a moment. Then it must be on a window you've got minimized, Jamie, somehow. If you're looking, I don't know. Now, Jamie, how many windows do you have? Shouldn't have so many that it should be hard to see it. So Stock Trader, if you click on my homepage, okay, then go up to the download section. You might have to scroll up to the download section. And then, see, I still have this craziness going on. So just keep scrolling down until you won't see this, hopefully. I think I have to do something with, okay, right here, there is the latest beta, 5.6.5. So just scroll down. That is the latest beta version. Okay. I still have that. That's the only website. That's the only site on Trade Ideas that is affected like that. Something to do with DNS, etc. All right. Well, GCT is, yeah. I mean, this is sort of taken over now. I mean, it's up 50%. Got up to, what did I say? $62 after it's in its third day before it collapsed. So you can tell right off that these are not swing trades. Okay, these are not swing trades. These are basically, intraday type trades if you can time it well. Wow, I mean, look at all these. So there's an alert, 3125 to short SMTC, 3087 now. The AI, 1495. Now it moved down to 1466, but it's still kind of hanging there. I'd be watching this later. There's the LQDA, 469, 449 now. PSNY, what did it do? 714. Yeah, it didn't really move too much, but this one, PSTG, 2889. It's had a little bit of a bounce, but it moved basically $1. Sentinel, 2535. What did it get down to? 2430. That's $1 move there. And then the NEOG at the beginning, 1970, and it moved down to 1922. So various times, these all worked very well. Just too early for me to take most of them. I admit I did take the AI for a bit. It was close enough to the 945. but traded it out pretty quickly. But I'm still looking at it now. Wow. So the semis are getting destroyed here, guys. How's Nvidia doing? Yeah, it continues to move down. Yeah, Nvidia, AMD fall and China sales halt. So if you don't want to short Nvidia, but look at the I don't know how late this is now, SMTC. Wow, I mean, this is just collapsing here, SMTC guys. Not quite an all-time low. Probably have to go back a few years to see. You're going to go back to, looks like February of 2020 before we see those lows, sort of the pandemic lows. Almost discount them, but pandemic lows and then the huge rebound, of course, for most. Okay, SMTC just had a little bit of a bounce. Let's see if that holds or just wants to resume downwards. William, this is another William, but yeah, in theory, we've got the VIAF, okay? The reason I say in theory is that is from, I've got that one alerted from, I think, weeks ago. So it's been delayed, 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 delayed. I know it says today again, but no guarantee. Okay, there's the SMTC guys moving down again after that little pop-up. SMTC guys after that little pull-up. Why were your alerts not coming up properly? Tell me why. Or why do you think they weren't? Usually it's a filter that's blocking it. I'm talking to stock trader. Give me an example of something that didn't come up properly. Yeah, BGXX, I mean, it had a big pop in the pre-market. I don't know. I mean, it's not shortable for me. Oh, I know why. Now I know, Jamie. Yeah, GTLB. Now I know why. I knew I'd seen it. GTLB was showing up on Zach's bounce play. Okay, I knew I'd seen it. wasn't, so it is showing up here on Zach's bounce play. Now listen, guys, bounce is pretty suspect today. Okay, obviously, with the market doing what it's doing, you're gonna have to really, really, pay attention. You might get a bounce, but probably not will not be a sustained bounce. Yeah, really need more information, stock trade. Like, give me one symbol. Now, I don't know if this person's in the room, and I don't think it's probably not you, stock trader, but somebody was complaining about, not being able to see SHPH yesterday to short. Didn't come up on his or her scans, okay? And the other one, the other big one, ATX. That's why I asked you, Zach, if you had shorts available. First of all, probably, unless you've got some special super duper broker, there are no shorts available for SHPH yesterday, nor the ATXG, okay? And quite frankly, where the heck were you going to short it? I mean, where were you going to pick a play? Even if you had shorts available, you could have got destroyed. So I sort of find that highly suspect when we get emails like that your scanner didn't produce those. But one of the main reasons why it wouldn't produce is that if you've got the change from the close as a filter. And so obviously an IPO, if it's its first day trading, it doesn't have a change from the close because it wasn't trading the day before. Okay, as an example. So you would have had to take that out of the of your scan, and then you would have seen them. But again, unless you've got some crazy broker that nobody knows about, that's why I asked Zach about Centerpoint. He didn't have shorts available for ATXG nor the SPHP yesterday either. So that's a little what you mean. You did a history yesterday of it, or I mean, this NTNX is popped up right now. Of course, it's an earnings play. So what's your scan? Well, here's the deal. You're saying it showed one new high, and then on your history, it didn't show any other stocks, or it only showed NTNX once. Because there is a way in which you can do that, to only show a stock once so that you can see that. Okay, so it's very possible. I can probably tell you why. You probably have it on a group and sort by. Give me your link. Give me the link, put it in here. Give me the cloud link and I'll take a look at it. My guess is that it's on a group properties, view mode. If you check that scan, right click on it. I may be wrong, but if you right click on it and then click on properties and then click on view mode, it may be group and sort by, in which case there's a way in which you'll only see it once. Man, meanwhile, LQDA, tough to go long anything right now, guys. It is on newest first. Okay, well, give me the scan, okay? I'd like to take a look at it. Oh, you had an older version. Okay, okay, good. All right, guys, I've re-entered my AI short, and not the AI as our AI. I'm talking about, of course, the stock. And let's see how far this can go down. The next low looking left is 13. That's right, 1337. That's why. So it's got some room underneath. Again, this is not a recommendation to do what I'm doing. Ribbit, RIBT on the move here. Rice Bran, okay. What's the high looking left? 295 is the next high looking left. So this could easily stall around that 3 level. OQDA continues its march down, guys, getting closer and closer to an all-time low. Not in that one. MDB, that's an earnings play, isn't it? Mongo database or that is an earnings play, yes. Continuing down a bit. Okay, AI inching its way down. Now, if you've got the RAI, just be aware, I see the AI is looking at a short or a going long, FMTX. Remember, that is a buyout. And I believe the buyout price is $20. So, just be aware of that. AI, of course, doesn't know that. And again, I'm talking about our AI, not the stock AI that I'm short. Boy, PSTG just, oh, anybody, anybody with my 10-day daily breakdown, a little more aggressive than I am because I didn't like to take it in the first 5 minutes. 28.89, 27.65 now. So this is the crazy, another, well, I guess the crazy one right now today, Pixie. Okay, this is the 1 for 100. That's what I thought. That is what I thought. This was not ever a $90 or $200 stock. This is a 1 for 100 reverse split. Do some quick math, guys. Okay, so this is a reverse split. Yeah, and the stock yesterday was around 28 cents. Well, yeah, I mean, the pre-market was like 12 cents equivalent. Okay, now start to pay a little more. What happened with FFIE? No bueno. JZ? Nope. Oh, look at Rivet. I mean, it got all the way up to 318. Big pullback to 270, guys. These are big, big percentage moves. You got to be awfully careful. Another low float situation, 5 million in the float. All right, guys, I'm out of the AI basically flat. It just, I had a little bit of profit in it when I got into the 1440, but basically flat the way it's trading now. So turf it. Flat meaning no loss, no gain. Not a lot of shares at Interactive Brokers, but 55,000 shares available to short for RIBT. So your broker, I don't know who your broker is, but IB had the shorts available. All right, now listen, the GCT highly, I mean, I don't even know what the float is. I mean, we've got 265,000 shares, okay? So I don't really know what the float is. That's probably, that's what our provider has. But whatever it is, it's going to be super low. So it's above that. Wow, it's above that high. I'm just going to say it's above that high of 222.28. The next high is 25.75. So, you're going to play some of these. You cannot take very many shares because, where are you going to put your stop? You're going to have a pretty wide stop. Otherwise, you're just going to get whipped out of your trades. Wow, look at AI. There's, you see, there's a good exit. Okay, obeying. Well, I didn't actually have to obey my stop. I got out. What's the relative? I guess you don't have trade ideas, Antonio. Relative volume is 32 times normal. I guess you, but obviously you don't have trade ideas, Antonio. There's a question in our YouTube room. What is the relative volume of CMRA? Okay, so that is the relative volume. I only ask that because that is, I really encourage people to have that single stock window up, lots of information at a glance, and of course one of the information or one of the data points is the relative volume. Boy, AI, man, oh man, that just completely reversed. It actually, look what it did. It reversed with the market. It's really following the market. All right, so BHC, this is when I waited, it seemed like all day yesterday for a really clean break of 6 and never really happened. And it did get up to 633, but then it pulled back to that 6 level and I kept waiting to see if it would break it. I mean, look, I'll put an alert at 669, okay? Because you can see if it can take out that level at some point, then when you look left, then the next high is 905. So right now I'm not interested because, the float is huge. And it's not because the float is huge that I'm not interested. It's just that it's going to take a bunch to move it. And so to get through 669 today, I mean, well, first of all, it may never happen, but it's going to take a lot of volume to get it to move. Look at the volume it had yesterday, 26 million. So we're at, 3.5 million now, an hour into the market. I multiply by 6.5. Yeah, we get about the same if that pace, if that rate is maintained. Not quite, but very close. If the volume pace is maintained. Well, here's another one back. I think Andy's got one called The Dawn of the Dead or something like that. He's named one of his top lists or scans Dawn of the Dead. I think it tries to pick up these sort of things coming off the bottom, dead, 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 and then coming off the bottom, there's BBLG, but it's got a lot of stuff to get through. All right, guys, a little bit of a lull in the action for me. So I think I'll talk about a little bit about my homepage, what information you can find on my homepage, and then dive right into the racing scan, explain what it's all about. All right, click on my homepage link, and this is what you'll find. Got a good, well, not a good, we have a great promo on right now. First place, 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. I think the email probably says it'll run out Monday, of course, is Labor Day. Markets are closed. So 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, Monday evening. Okay. So there's still time to get it if you want. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans: annual, for premium and standard, and monthly for premium and standard. So annual premium 2,000, standard is 1,000. Apply the 25% discount to both. Okay. However, the big difference is the AI. Not much happening again with the AI today, but I do not take out an annual subscription if you don't know for sure you really want this product. You can always try us out on a monthly basis. Now, the first month, 118 or 228, you will get the 25% discount. And now, if you maintain a monthly subscription and there's nothing wrong, I have to check on this, but I believe the majority of our customers are month to month. But that's what you'll pay going forward after the first month, okay, 118 and 228. So you'll get the 25%. But here it is. If you do decide that you want to take out an annual, like you're sold, want to take out an annual within 30 days. So let's just say you take out a monthly, standard monthly, you get that 25% off the 118. And then within 30 days, you say, you know what? I want an annual. We'll honor the 25%, okay? And of course, the reason for taking out an annual is to get the best possible discount on a monthly basis. You pay this up front, you have to pay this up front, but just do some quick math. If you take 1,000 less 25%, 750, divide that by 12, that would be your per month, which of course is less than the 118. So that's the reason why people will take out an annual. But you better make sure you want it, because our terms and conditions for a refund, well, it's not that they're not great, but you just have to read what they are. Okay? I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. It is free. At noon, I do it. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week, there was no trade of the week. In essence, Steve, who will be in the YouTube room today. It's Thursday, yes. He'll be in the YouTube room today. He's the originator of the trades of the week. And he basically said cash, which is probably prudent because it's pretty difficult to try to find one stock to go long on this week. Not saying there weren't any, but pretty difficult to come up with one. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder or if you have Gmail, your promotions folder. Okay? Click on the education section. Lots of information here. Got a great guide. Click on the user guide. So first thing you should do if you take out a subscription, you have to do the getting started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. It starts off with a download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes. This is a software program, guys. There is a learning curve. Okay? So there is a learning curve like to any software program. The other thing I would do once you've taken the getting started, I know alert windows and top list windows are covered here. You can also look here. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and by all means, the stock racing. When you click on stock racing, you will see we've got I think we have 3 or 4 videos, lots of information about what the stock racing is all about and why we feel as a company, this is the biggest innovation we've ever had. And I agree. It's not because I work for Trade Ideas. I am almost exclusively using, I've got a couple of races going. This is the one you see. Do I have a couple of alert windows? Yes, I do have this one still. This is mainly for shorts because my racing doesn't have a short scan in it. I could do it, but right now, this is what I'll use for shorts. And you can see there's not too many alerts in the course of a day. So I'm not distracted too much from my racing scan. So continuing in the education area, there's that getting started again. So the daily support, as I mentioned, Steve, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. So one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today it is Steve's turn. It is Thursday, so it is Steve's turn. So he'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I do take my break, I'll put our link, the YouTube link in. And then Monday to Friday, when I shut down the main room, Chris Varley takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So lots and lots of support all the time. You can sign up for all the webinars. Next week, it'll be the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. This week it was Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. This is not third party. So Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. If you're new to trading, I really encourage you to take a look at this. Okay, 36 short videos. Basically what he did is when his wife, who knew nothing about trading, he basically walked her through a little course. And last, my scans. So this is the one I concentrate on most of the day, the race mode, biggest gainers from the open. That's the one that you see. I've also have another one that I share, and it's called large cap gainers from the open. The reason I share that one also is because these ones here are pretty volatile, and they're not everybody's, using this phrase, probably very old, cup of tea, but not everybody's style, shall I say, okay? Especially if you're new to trading, these are very volatile. They can give you the biggest bang for the buck, but they can also hurt you the most, okay? So I've also created this one called the large cap gainers from the open. So the big difference is that anything you see here will have at least a $500 million market cap and at least a $50 million float. Okay, most of the ones that you see here, not because I've got a float max in here, it's just that for a stock to go up 10, 20, 30, 50, 100%, typically it's going to have a low float. The float meaning how many shares are available for trading. So the lower that number, that's the supply of stock. If there's high demand for whatever reason, it's like any other commodity on earth. Low supply, high demand, what happens? Price goes up. The problem is when all of a sudden the demand just goes away, well, that the stock can plummet. So that's why you've got to be very, very careful. The ones that you see here in the large cap gainers from the open are a lot calmer. Now they're not going to give you the biggest bang for your buck, but maybe that's more your style. Here is that 10-day daily breakout and breakdown right here. My single stock window that you see here. This gives me all the information that I like to see at a glance. These are just filters, okay? The position in the 10-day range, 5-day range, etc. So I am sharing this, but you, of course, if you want different filters, you can construct your own single stock window. Different filters, maybe you're interested in, I don't know, the average volume. I never use that one, but let's just take a look at some people are more interested in fundamentals also. You want to see the shares outstanding, held by insiders, held by institutions, etc. Okay, if you want more of a fundamental look, you can create that here, but this is what I use. You're welcome to have it. In the pre-market, this is what I use. I use my pre-market actives up and pre-market actives down. These are top lists. This kind of at least shows me the stocks that are moving in the pre-market. Doesn't mean necessarily they're going to be moving in the direction I want them to once the market opens, but at least it shows me the active stocks, so I can kind of get a little bit prepared. Okay. Look at HPCL, guys, coming right back. The halt resumes, which is it's not really, I mean, it's a scam, but it's just alerting you to stocks that get halted and then when they resume. So it's more information than anything else. I do have a momentum scanner here. It, can be a very popular one. It is an alert window. I also have Zach's bouncers and toppers. I call this for way more advanced traders. The bounce plays, for instance, these are stocks that have been moving down quite a bit and maybe are finding a low and trying to bounce. And the other one, the topping, stocks that are moving up and maybe have had a top, maybe a parabolic move up, and maybe you're trying to find a way to short it. These are not easy, especially if you're new to trading. But I include it. And then another very basic scan, the basic new highs and lows. Okay, so these are the ones that I am sharing. So if you save my link, then you can look at the education and my scans and anything else anytime you want. All right, I see this one just got halted again on the way down, so this could be all she wrote. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Of course, if you want to build your own scans, first of all, if you go to our toolbar and click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, you'll see that we have a lot of different channels here. These are all theme-based channels. So, the Explosive Winners channel, if you click on that, this race scan that you see here, my race is based on it. I've made some adjustments. I increased the minimum volume, had a different price range. But if you wanted this one, just as it is, and this is the same for any scan that you see in a channel, you just right click and duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, basically what you're doing is you're taking the scan outside of the layout. When I did that, it popped onto my other monitor. So here it is. Okay. So the reason you do that is that you don't necessarily, if you don't want to just stick on one channel all day long, but you do want to see one scan from a channel, then you duplicate it into that free floating window. There it is. Then you right click, save or share to cloud, and save it to the cloud. Then you can go to another channel. The momentum channel is a popular one. So here's ANAB as an example. So you can see it just made a new high. That's why. So these are all real-time alerts. And so what we're really good at is creating an event. So this is an alert window, and here is the event. If a stock is between 1 and 50, these are the filters. If a stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum 100,000 shares. This is the key in this particular momentum scan. The volume in the last 1 minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes of 400% of normal. Okay, that's typically then you'll see a nice volume pop at the same time as the new high. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. So again, if you wanted that scan, now this is one I'm sharing. It's called Momo on my homepage. But again, you can just duplicate into a free floating window. It pops onto another monitor, and now you can save it. Okay, save it to the cloud. Now you can modify it if you want before you save it. For instance, you might look at it and go, well, you know what? I don't mind it, but I like a different price range. Maybe you'd like 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. Well, you just click, make it 10 and 100. Summary, you see how it's changed. Now you can say, okay. Now you can save it to the cloud. You don't have to, but if that's what you want to make a modification to anything, that's what you can do. Now, a word about this is that when you make a change in the channel, when you leave the channel and then you come back, your change is not saved. Why? Because these channels are made for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change into the channel is not necessarily what everybody else wants. So that's what we're saying. You take a look at a scan, you kind of like it, and if you want to modify it, fine, and then save it to the cloud. So Jamie, Real and William have got we call moderator privileges in that they can, if they see a post or something that is inappropriate, they can delete it as an example. Okay, that's the reason. And so when they post, it's always showing up on the right-hand side. Well, it certainly was real. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Right there, 31.25, 29.95 now. Look at AI. Man, oh man, I don't mean our AI. I'm talking about the stock. Boy, that is a challenge. Up and down, up and down, up and down. That showed up also in the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. I mean, if you do want to, we've got a lot of scans built for you, of course. But if you want to build your own scans, you can. So if I right click on an alert window and then click on configure and then click on search, when you see these icons, these are the real-time alert icons. You see the one right at the top, new high and new low for the day. Scroll all the way down. When you see these icons, these are the filter icons, okay? Do not get hung up on how many we have. When the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to create or learn how to learn a program in order to create scans. So what they tried to do was create enough alerts, enough filters for the majority of our customers with the different trading styles out there that they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You do not have to learn them all. If you don't know linear regression or average direction index, forget about it. Okay, you don't have to learn all these things. I hardly lose any scans, or sorry, the only alerts I use, real-time alerts, is new high and new low as an example. I'm not saying that's what you have to do. And I have a very simplistic way of trading, to be honest. And so I don't have a lot of indicators, but they're there if you want them. So backtesting is a premium service, Maxwell. Okay, I don't backtest at all, but backtesting is a premium service. And from an alert window, you create an alert scan, or alert scan, and then you right click on it and backtest the strategy. If you want to learn more about backtesting, etc., but this is a premium service. Wonder why that's two people now saying the sound. Sound is working, right, guys? So do a refresh. Just give me a moment. Can't hear me say that, of course. So if you want to learn more about backtesting, true, true, true. But you were doing that when you're on the other side also. But absolutely, absolutely, absolutely helping with questions. Absolutely. So if you click on who asked the question about backtesting, so Maxwell. So if you click on my homepage link and then click on the education section and then click on the user guide and then find backtesting wherever you are. I know you're here. There you are, backtesting. Okay. So you can find out about backtesting. I don't backtest at all, but you can find out. Backtesting is probably very, very few of our customers do it. It's a arduous task because you start off with an alert scan that you create. You think it might be a good one, so you backtest it. You check to see what the equity curve is, and then you start making adjustments, maybe time of day, maybe volume, and all sorts of price ranges, things like that. Um, and it could look really good for a couple of days, 2 or 3 days, and then all of a sudden it doesn't look good anymore, and then you go back to the drawing board. So no coding knowledge. No, there is no coding knowledge required to backtest. But check out that link, go to my homepage, go to the education section, and go to backtesting. Okay, fully explained there. All right, we'll talk about the races, guys, and what. Wow, look at this pixie! Holy smokes! The guys did it. I mean, they did a good job. When I say they, I mean this is the day of the reverse split. So it was a 100 for one. So this is like a 3 cent stock or 33 cents. Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave this AI alone. I mean, it's just a little too choppy. Now that really ticked me off. I mean, it went from what, 14.29 right back up over 15. So that knocked me out of my short. All right, let me talk about the racing and why I think if you're new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, really give this a like a hard and fast look, okay? Because not just because I am. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Yeah, keep an eye on the HPCO. I mean, if it takes out 10 in any sort of major fashion, this could have a big run. Because what did I say before? I'll get back into this stock racing. I like to call it stock scan, okay, or racing scan. So again, highly risky, highly risky. All traders though are looking at is 2 days ago it got up to 41. It's all traders are looking at, but it's highly, highly risky. Why am I talking about it? Well, it's showing up, in the race. Certainly, this is not a recommendation for anybody to take this trade because it is highly risky. See how it's having that difficult time really maybe getting through 10? So obviously I'm watching this guy. It's, something I'm obviously interested in. So I'm going to have to put my explanation about the racing on hold for a bit here. Still, really trying to get through that 10 in a big way. Boy, it's really, look how much it's chopping around that 10 level. If it ever leaves it behind, I mean, obviously, 1065 was the high. I mean, it could really have a surge, but I mean, it's really struggling to really break through that 10 level or keep above it. You have to just excuse me, guys, as I'm trying to figure out a way to get into this trade. Look, the key to this one also, ones like this, is to not take very many shares, okay? Because look, you've got to have a stop when you get into the trade. You got to, have to have a place where you're going to get out. Yeah. Then you start taking way too many shares, your stop has to be pretty tight if you're going to have a manageable risk. And, a tight stop on a stock like this is just not going to get you anywhere. So you have to have a wider stop, take fewer shares so you don't get knocked out. Well, let's see. Again, I'm just concentrating right now on this. I am in it, but I'm, it's still not. I'm just trading on time and sales. Okay, I'm not trading on the 1 minute. I don't have a 1 minute chart. I only have a 15-minute chart. I'm just looking at this really, the time and sales and how, what it's doing. This is from Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, listen, I've taken some off this in the, it's just it can just drop like that. So I've taken some off. Yeah, well, I'm just watching time and sales. I mean, that's for me, that's all I'm watching for. How rapidly is it trading? I'm not looking at the double two. It's just the time and sales, how rapidly it's trading, how that bid ask is still, hanging in there. I don't want to see I mean, it's a 6 cent spread. Now it's a 2 cents per 3 cent spread. I don't want to see all of a sudden something go crazy, like a 30 cent spread. Not for everybody. Sorry, guys. I mean, I just have to pay attention to this because I can't risk it just collapsing on me. Normally, when I get into a trade, I can, keep talking about other things, but something like this that is this volatile, no way. And we always talk about, well, I always say, you get into a trade like this, you cannot leave your computer, not even for like 5 seconds. Okay. All right, I'm out of it, guys. Yeah, I'm basically made next to nothing on it. It's just for me, it's just not wanting to really, really. I thought when it got up to 1050, so I'll put another alert 1049 and just leave it alone. Time and sales. So this is Brokerage Plus, Maxwell. Okay, all brokers will have something like this. So you can see there's the time and the how rapidly is it trading. Okay, you can see. I mean, this is just trading like mad. This is Brokerage Plus. Okay. So you don't want to get into something. Now, this is obviously you don't want to get into something and then all of a sudden it doesn't trade for 5 minutes. Okay. Typically, that's not going to happen with the things that I look at anyway, because, they're very active. The volume is there, the relative volume is there. I'm not going to be I'm never usually going to be trapped in anything that has no volume. All right, let me keep going on this. I'm still keeping an eye on the HPCO if it takes out 1050 with any vengeance. So before we had the racing scan, we still have top lists, of course, but top lists were a way to rank stocks. So for instance, if you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the close, if you had the column, the change from the close column, I could double left click rapidly. And so I see Pixie right now is up the most from the close, 184%. HPCO, almost 100% from the close. Okay, that's the close of yesterday. I like to look at the change from the open. So I'll double left click on the change from the open column. And I see Pixie is up 165%, GCT 34, etc. Okay. All well and good. You know, if you just want to see the stocks that are again up the most, you want to see the stock's highest relative volume. You know, there's FMTX. This is a buyout, so I wouldn't get too excited about that. BGXX 403 times normal. Great. How do you trade it? You know, how is this information going to be good for you? So when I look at Pixie as an example, I can see, yeah, it's up 165%. So unless I stare at that number and watch it either climb or move down if I wanted to maybe short it if shorts were available, which would be crazy. I mean, how am I going to stare at a stock at a number all day long or different numbers all day long to see what is moving? Hence, the racing was spawned. So you'll see right there, if you can see my screen, you'll see that I've got a 4-minute race, and this race will be over in 15 seconds. So a new race will begin, you know, once this race is over. What does that mean? In this list of stocks, and it's a huge list. You can only see a few of them, but it's a huge list, and I'll show you what I mean. When the race begins, so the race will begin. So, I mean, this Pixie could still start moving, no doubt about it. But what if CMRA down here at only 4% from the open? What if all of a sudden, when the race started, it really starts to move? You know, now it's 5%, now it's 8%, now it's 10% from the open. What you would see is you would see CMRA, if that were happening to CMRA, you would see it's moving up the leaderboard, as I call it, the leaderboard. And you would see the percentage that it's moved since the race started. So you don't have to, you have to look at a huge list of stocks to see what is moving. You let the race do it for you. Okay. And you see something that's, here's staff. I haven't seen staff all day long. Click on it. See what's happening. Click on staff and see what's happening. Maybe it's an interesting pattern, that you like. And this is why, the way I'm going to explain it is that just because something is winning a race, it's at the top, or it actually wins a race because, a winner will be declared after 4 minutes. That's why you'll see in the number one position, HPCO has won 4 races today. That's why you see a 4 beside it. So as a stock starts moving up, I would click on it and see what's happening. There's the ribbit, 7% move since the race started. It's pretty significant, and then there it goes. Now, does that mean you take the trade right away? Not necessarily. You have to have some trading experience. You don't want to be into something that is that you're chasing. But this could have started winning a race at a consolidation, as an example. Ribbit could have been just sort of sitting here for a while, not having done anything, and it kind of was doing that. Wasn't doing anything at that 270 mark, and then all of a sudden, look at this. I mean, it's 18% now, but as it was moving up, it was a lot lower. Click on it as you see something moving up. Click on it, and it might turn into something that you can catch early before it really, is at 18%. The other thing is that a lot of people like to play pullbacks. So, a stock could have pulled back to a certain level, and then it starts moving up the leaderboard because, it is pulled back, and then you'll see a nice green candle. So that's a way in which you can check for stocks that are maybe pulled back, and then you can maybe take the trade there. But that's why, my next segment, I'm going to talk about how you have to practice trading first. Again, this is not just because something is at the top of the leaderboard or it's moving up. Does that mean, oh, I guess I take the trade right now? No, 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 no. But this scan or a scan like it, okay? I mean, this is the scan that I'm using based on this top list. If stocks are between $1 and $50 and at least 200,000 shares and up 2% from the previous close, that's all this scan is looking at. All the stocks that meet these criteria. And if a stock meets the criteria, then you'll start to see it. If it starts moving up, you'll start to see it. So if you're looking for active stocks, There's the HPCO now, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Too late for me now. Too late for me now. I wanted to take it just over that 1150 if I could get it, but it's too late for me now. So what this does for you is because one of the common, I'll call it complaint about trade ideas, is that people get bewildered by it. So much going on. How am I possibly going to know what to look at? No, previous close is yesterday's close, bossy. So in that top list, where it says up 2% from the close, that's yesterday's close. So again, one of the common complaints is there's so much going on with trade ideas. There's so many alerts, so many filters. How am I possibly going to know what to do? So that's why the race, in my opinion, is so innovative because it presents the data in a very, very different way. This is not stagnant. Of course, you can see stocks that are moving, okay? But it also gets you to focus on one scan and one scan alone. Now, I'm not saying that my top list that I'm generating this from is necessarily what you want, because you may want a different price range. I'm 1 in 50. You may want to add some filters in here down the road. I mean, maybe you want a relative volume filter. Maybe once you get used to using trade ideas, you can add some of your own filters in. Maybe you want a higher volume. Okay. And then your race will be based on your criteria. And then you right click, you launch the race from it. Okay, that's what happens. You launch the race based now on your criteria. Now, this is what I like to see, but it's not necessarily what you want to see. So the other thing that it does is you'll notice that there's now a top 10 list. What happens is this is automatically created, and it gives you a great list of stocks to follow all day long. So there's the other aspect of it. Instead of, people always say, well, what stock should I be looking at? Well, this automatically creates a top list or a watch list for you, top 10, and it's based on how many look at that HPCO, I'm ticked. It's based on how many times the stock won a race. So right now you can see that HPCO has won 5 races, Pixie has won 4. This list can change, of course, because these guys, Jay-Z only won 1 race. So all of a sudden, if some stock that hasn't won a race before wins 2 races, it'll knock all these guys out. The NTNXs, the ones that only won 1 race, as an example. So it gets you to focus on one scan, okay? One scan that creates a watch list for you all day long. Well, that is Maxwell. That's where trading experience comes in. I mean, for me, the HPCO, I liked it when it took out 10, kind of took out 10, and then I got knocked out of the trade. No big loss or anything. And then I wanted to take the trade if it got over 1050, and it did, but it went too quickly for me. So there's all sorts of different criteria. Okay, some of you might only want to play pullbacks. In other words, you might look at a stock that's in this race, say TCRT. Now, Steve Gomez, who you'll hear at 10 o'clock, noon, between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room when I take my break, he swears by his 10 SMA. So that blue line on the 15-minute chart is a 10 SMA. He would never take this trade right now. He would have to wait for it to, maybe come back to the 10 SMA on a bit of a bounce, see how it performs at that, and does it bounce off it, then he'll take the trade. So, you have to develop your own trading style. Okay, Maxwell, and that's why I'm saying you practice in the simulator. Rivet. right now, I mean, the other thing I always do is when I get an alert, I'm always looking left on a daily chart to see where is the next high. If I feel the next high is too close to the current price, I won't take the trade because I look at that and think, well, it could stall there. So that's the other thing that I always, always, always look at. You'll always hear me say, look left, look left, look left. Okay, so that's another criteria for me. So Luke, if you go to my home page, you want the halts scanner. If you go to my home page, go to the my scan section, and you'll see I've got the halts resumed. Okay, so you can have mine. So Lucky Dog, yes, the question in our YouTube room, is there a scan setting for finding what is at or near the 200-day moving average? One of the filters we've got. Just go to my home page. Luke, can you not see? Go to my home page, click on the scan section. If you click on it, so go to my home page, click on my home page, and then go to the scan section right here. Here are my scans. Click here, and there's halts resumes. Okay. So I put my homepage link just below, just above where you. Well, hopefully you can see my screen. There it is. So to answer your question, Luke, I might even have a top list like that, but if you type in, probably if you type in 200 SMA, here we go, change from the 200 SMA. So there's a filter, there is the filter you can use. You add the filter. So you use the min and the max to show you how below or above the SMA, 200-day SMA. Okay? And then so there's the filter you can use. And then what I would use that in a top list. And then, with other filters, of course, maybe a price range, a minimum volume, and all that. And then you'll see stocks that are very close to the 200-day moving average, either on the top side or the bottom side. Bottom side, below. So by using 1 in the max and say -1 in the min, you'll see stocks within 1% of the 200-day moving average. Above it, well, this is what the summary says, okay? No more than 1% above and no more than 1% below, okay? I mean, I'm just using 1%. You can tighten it up or increase it more. That's up to you. And that would be a top list. So you'll see all the stuff. Look at that eight. Well, that's why this is a very risky trader, HPCO. Look at that, just utter collapse again. Okay, so Lucky Dog, did you get that? Okay, just put a minus number in the min and a positive number in the max, whatever that number is going to be. It's up to you. Yeah, so I made a mistake. There was somebody in our YouTube room called Lucky Dog, and I accidentally said Luke. So Lucky Dog was asking, is there a scan setting to find stocks near the 200-day moving average? So again, this is what you can use, this change from the 200-day moving average. Okay. Well, it's a daily. It's a 200-day moving average. So it's daily. Now you asked for the 200-day moving average. That's what it is. So for instance, if I click on, SXTC, that green line on my chart is a 200-day moving average. Okay, so if you want to find stocks really close to it, again, just use that filter. Okay. So that's a good question from Mitchell. Can we add IPOs to the scan before they trade so we don't miss ones like ATGX? So a couple of things. Not all the time. I would say at least 90 to 95% of the time, if you have the Halts Resume scanner, an IPO shows up as a resume. That actually showed up yesterday as a resume, and so did the SHPH. Okay. 90 to 95% of the time, that's what happens. It's not designed for this. I mean, it's just a quirk of the resumes function. Okay. Number one. But this is what I would do. And this way you won't miss it. Plus you'll get more information about the IPO that I think is important. So just give me a moment. And I'll pop this link in. Okay, so what I did is I just popped in the IPO website that I use to track. There are probably, I know there are others out there, but I'm finding this is pretty darn good. Okay, so you see there's the ATXG, there's the HPCO. But let's take a look at the IPO calendar and what are the upcoming ones. Now, in theory, this is one today, BIAF, in theory, but I've seen this one now on the IPO calendar for, it seems like months. It's probably only weeks, and here are two next week. But I would, on Saturday and Sunday, I would look at this and I would probably look at it every day, before the market opens, because sometimes, something will pop in here. So what do I do? So here's the one for today in theory, BIAF, okay? This is what I do, and I've already done it. But if I type in BIAF, notice it's not trading. Or I guess it just opened. Did you just open? No, it hasn't opened yet. It's supposed to open it's opening for quotes, but it hasn't yet opened. You see, it's not trading yet. Now let's see if this does show up here. I mean, again, there's no guarantee, but this is what I would do. I'll try to do this quickly. Let me do it on an upcoming one. Okay, there's JUNS. This is what I do. JUNS. So there's JUNS, and it's not trading yet. Just waiting to see when this one starts. So JUNS, I right click and I create a price alert, and I put one. Obviously, it's going to open more. Well, it should open more than one. But more importantly, I want to know what the structure is. Now, these crazy ones that we've seen, like the ATXG and the SPH, I always mix up that symbol, SHPH, and some of the other ones. Look at how few shares of these ones, and the low and the IPO price. These are not like the big IPOs that you see when Uber goes public or some of the big guys, releasing millions of shares. This is why these things can go crazy. So I always want to know what the structure is. So I'll add that. say for JUNS, I'm going to put 2.5 million, so I know how many shares. 2.5 million. I'll also put, it's supposedly between $5 and $7. So I'll put 5 to 7. I mean, these obviously I know what I'm doing. Sometimes I'll put who is behind it. I'll put so I'll put Spartan, and I'll also indicate the day. When it is supposed to open. So why do I do all that? So let's say I've done all that, then I save it. Why? Because when it starts trading, it's in my, and I'll show you, because I've already done that. See down here, it's down here. Hopefully you can see my price alerts window. It's already right there. When this starts trading, because I minimized my price alerts window, this will pop up on my screen, okay? And I'll say, oh, I got a price alert. More importantly though, I'll know that it's a new IPO because I'll see it in the notes section. And I can see BIF, 1.3 million, $6, though I'm seeing now it might be 9. So why is this important? If this opened at 3, obviously not a lot of enthusiasm for it. I want to see if for me to get interested about some of these crazy ones on the first day, I want to see that it's opened above the suggested IPO price. So that's why I think this is a better way to do it than just having some kind of a pure IPO scan, because it gives you the information right at a glance. You don't have to dive back and say, I wonder how many shares were, what was it supposed to open at? I'll know immediately. And then I can make up my mind if I want to do all this. Well, if you don't want to see, well, I mean, you can do that, Bossy. I mean, you just have to add that to the symbol list or to the top list. Okay, so for instance, I mean, if you truly wanted to do that, you would have to then take your top list window. I mean, this is, a bit of a pain, and then go to configure and then symbol list. And then you'd have to create maybe a new list, and put those symbols that you don't want to see. And then attach it. I mean, that's a bit of a, now for IPOs, if you use mine, you'll never see an IPO. Okay. Because in mine, this has to be up 2% from yesterday's close. So you'll never see an IPO because of course, you won't see the IPO today because it didn't trade yesterday. So it won't have any data for the close from yesterday. So, okay. But typically, I mean, you're going to want to see, I mean, you can always, I don't know why, if you're seeing a stock you don't want to typically see, other than, okay, today IPO, why? Why you're not wanting to see it, as an example? Because all you have to do is make sure, is it the volume too low, or because you can adjust your the top list to only see stocks that you want to see, in the price range. And I mean, remember, you're only seeing stocks that are doing something. So true, but you're only seeing stocks that are doing something. Why wouldn't you want to see stocks that are doing something? Unless you have a pet peeve about a certain stock. Okay, if you do not want to see IPO stocks, okay, then you could probably use even like the change in 5-day. Just add that. But I wouldn't get too hung up on it, okay? I mean, so you see it, okay? If you don't want, listen, anything in here, be it an IPO or it's pretty darn volatile, okay? If you don't want volatility, then you can have my large cap gainers. If you don't want the volatility, I mean, it's not just IPOs that are volatile. I mean, and listen, yesterday's 2, Yesterday's two were, extreme situations. That's not absolutely normal. So again, Jay, first of all, number one, I'm not an investment advisor, so I'm never going to say. So the question was buy KUKE now. So I'm never going to say yes or no. Okay. The first thing I see is a lot of resistance. That's where it got to. So I wouldn't be buying it now. Number one. But it may just explode right through there. I mean, it's another one of these ones that it's low volume or low float. But I'm not going to say buy it or don't buy it, because if I say don't buy it and it goes to $10 in 2 seconds, I mean, you'll be mad at me. Okay. I mean, it definitely, I mean, there's a ton of volume coming in. I don't know if there's any news on it. Hey, Chris, if you're listening, are you not getting, or maybe this is just this one? Oh, okay, maybe it was just that one on the news. But look what happened. I mean, yes, it did break a little bit above that, what I would call a big resistance area. And look what it did, came right back down. These are, yeah, I was going to ask, well, I think it's just KUKE perhaps. Our news tab has been a little bit yesterday late and the day before wasn't showing anything. You might not be showing anything for KUKE because there's literally no news. It looks like it's okay. Adding more lanes is not the answer, Bossy, okay? Adding more lanes is not the answer, in my opinion. I just wouldn't get too hung up on, the odd time some IPO comes in. But if I mean, this is going to be a volatile list, IPO or not IPO. I mean, look how volatile that KUKE was. I mean, that's a big percentage move on the way down. Oops. I mean, for it to go up to 160 and then right back down to 120, that's a big percentage drop just like that. Well, yesterday and the day before Perfect Circle, it was all. Now this one again is probably, I don't know. I mean, I don't see any news on this, but you're right. But the last couple of days, towards the end of the day, there was no news for anything. So where is this most important gappers? Where is that EGB? Is that from a channel that we've got? Because it just filters. I mean, if you see it, all you have to do is right click. I mean, I'm just use this as an example, but you just right click on it. If you're looking at a scan, and I don't know the most important gappers. Okay, I don't know, but like I don't know what scan you're referring to exactly. But all you have to do is if you see the scan, just right click and configure, click on configure, and then summary, and it's going to tell you what it's looking for. I just don't know where most important gappers is. Is it a scan within a channel that we've got, or? But that's all you have to do with any scan we've got. Any scan we've got, you just right click on it, configure, summary. And so that scan, between $2 and $35, and well, it doesn't really matter, but you see So if all these filter requirements are met and the stock in this particular scan makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So, so in general, that's all you have to do on any scan, even if it's a top list. You know, if I take this top list out and I right click, configure summary, it tells me what it's looking for. The other thing I look at when I'm potentially taking a trade, how's it traded before? So I look at the ribbit. And yeah, it's over $3 again. We also had two big topping tails. What does that mean? It means buyers had it up to a certain price, to this price here. Sellers knocked it all the way back down. I mean, these are big drops, okay? So, and the other thing I'd be looking at is this area right here of 330. I mean, yes, I get it's 10% away, but that could easily stall it. I'm pretty selective, when it comes to my trading. So it's not trading yet. It is not trading yet, right? Well, I don't see anything. I do see, yeah, it's not trading yet. The last news I've got on it indicating $7.80 on 197,000 shares. That is from Interactive Brokers. Now that's been dropping from 9 to 826 to 780. So again, what did I say? Now, what does that mean? Well, in relation to could this be a good one or not? So 613. So that was sort of the IPO price. So if it opens above that, that means there is some enthusiasm. Okay. As opposed to, this one, Rush, which was an IPO. When did it IPO? Early August the 3rd. I think the IPO price was about 450 or so. Never even got there. Look where it opened, way below, and look what it's done since. No interest. You see? So Maxwell, did that make sense when I was talking about how I think you should do the IPOs? It gives you way more. And what I would do is on Saturday and or Sunday, check that calendar and see what the upcoming ones are. Now you may want to do it, before the market opens every day, just to check because sometimes they get added. So this thing may start trading when I'm on my break. I'm talking about the BIAF. The other thing to keep an eye on, where is it from? Because these crazy wild ones have typically been out of China. And that is actually what I'm adding to know where they're out of. This one was out of China, both of these out of China. And so where is this out of? All you have to do is just click, and I'm pretty sure this is not China. So I only put it if it is China, but you can kind of see, this has been, I mean, this has been around for a long time. July 20, I'm sure I saw this back in June, and it just never opened. So if it is a China stock, I will put that in also in the notes section. I don't think this is yeah, this is not a China stock. How was this AMPD doing? It's interesting you say that, blue collar, because I noticed that the one for next week, the JUNS, we're supposed to have warrants and they are not going to. They actually came out and said no warrants. All right, guys. Fast morning, 11:34. So I will just make sure. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Steve today in the YouTube room. Now, the other thing about this top list, or the watch list that is created, sometimes you won't see a stock. Look at the VRAX as an example. You may not even see it doing anything. No, it's not moving up. It's not moving down. It's certainly not winning a race. Click on it. See what it's doing. Okay. So you might look at that and go, wow, okay, it pulled back. It's kind of basing a little bit. There's that 10 SMA. Maybe if it pops above that 10 SMA, that might turn into a good trade for me. Okay. So that's why it is very, very important to just click on these symbols every now and then to see what is happening with them. The BJXX, what is it doing? Big base now. Had a big pop in the pre-market, pulled back a lot, but it's still up 34%. Tons of volume, 64 million, 43 million in the float. So it's traded, not quite at 1.5. 1.5 to float. But you could look at this and go, you know what? Maybe if it takes out 233 again, maybe that'll get it rocking. So now I haven't talked about, I'm going to click the buy button. I'm going to put a buy right there. This is in the simulator. Okay. So it's going to take if it gets up to 221, it'll take the trade. It'll put the stop at 171. This is, so what we've done with the buy button, as long as you're on certainly one of the later versions of Trade Ideas, we've assigned a way in which you can automatically buy just by clicking on it. Okay, this is in the simulator, of course. So what it does is it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the price you want, and it puts the stop at the low of the day. Now you can always, of course, adjust that stop if the trade is taken. or even right now, you can adjust it, move it higher, move it lower, whatever you want. Just trying to make it super simple when you're first starting out. You just click, because before you used to have to assign a strategy to the buy button and go through a few steps. So we try to make it very easy. Now let's talk about the simulator a little bit. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. So yeah, I popped a link in called Brokerage Plus. There are two videos. There's a short video that shows you, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this Brokerage Plus window. That's what we call Brokerage Plus, and to trade from within trade ideas. Okay. I should also point out that this is only available if you're using our web-based version, Brokerage Plus, nor the racing is available. You have to be using our app. Okay. Now, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have access to this option or feature. Okay, that's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. So the Brokerage Plus window is loaded from, if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus, then this window will load. For you, it should say not connected, not connected. So all you do is you click on, there are two options underneath the Brokerage Plus tab. One says live, one says sim. Click on the sim, and that not connected will turn to account. And then click on account, and then simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Now the second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use this, okay? And it's all in the guide, okay? It's all in the guide. How I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, practice, practice, practice before you commit money to the market. Okay, I know the lots of enthusiasm. You know, you get our program, but remember, our program is called Trade Ideas. Okay, they generate ideas, and you have to have some trading experience. And you know, it might take you 2, 3, 4, 6 months or so in a simulator. You've got to get profitable in a simulator before you commit money to the market. Now, unfortunately, just because if you can make money in a simulator, not 100% that'll translate to making money when you start trading live, because you know, emotion, discipline, and all that comes into play. But I guarantee, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade, guys. That's why we have the simulator. Yeah, so brokerage, the question is Brokerage Plus available for the standard version of Trade Ideas? All you need is our standard version, okay? And Brokerage Plus is available. And again, it uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. If you're looking to, you want to practice trading before you decide who your broker is going to be, no problem. You need our standard service, and it uses our real-time data. So if I want to take this trade right now, this QH, take a look at it right now. Bid ask is, well, actually that's a terrible bid ask. So let's do another one. Okay, again, the mechanics of doing this. So I showed you how you can click on a buy button, okay? But if you wanted to manually do it, you pick how many shares. Let's go 400 shares. We'll go in at the market. There's only a 1 cent spread. You click buy. I hate the fact you have to do this send, but oh well. And now you're in the trade, okay? Now you can manage the trade. Now you always should have a stop. When I trade, I actually look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade unless I can check every box. And it doesn't matter what those boxes are for me. You have to develop your own style. But for instance, so some of the obvious ones, minimum certain price range that I like, a minimum volume that I like, virtually everything that I see coming through my scans, I don't have to worry about, well, this is a 10-cent stock or it's a $1,000 stock. It's in a price range I want. It's going to have a minimum volume that I need. But even though, give me a moment. So even though I take a trade and I think it's going to work, guess what? They don't all have to work. So that's why I'm going to have to have a stop. So I'm going to put my stop at 272. I'm going to explain why. You will see on the chart, you'll see a red line that's going to say approximately minus 100. In fact, in this case, it says exactly minus 100. Okay, so what does that mean? So when I get into a trade, I know where I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. And that defines how many shares I'm going to take, okay? I don't take the same number of shares every trade. Hope this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like showing a risk of $100 a trade. And by the way, I don't vary my risk amount uh, as best I can. In other words, I don't risk 1,000 one trade, $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep the share size about the same based on how much I'm willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work. You got to go into trading realistically. Not every trade is going to work. The worst thing you want to do, though, is to blow up your account. So you have to have a place you're going to get out of the trade, and then you just move on. So I put this at I put my stop at 272, which is 25 cents away. Okay, from my entry. Not because that is where the stop should be. I wanted to make the math very easy. Remember, I was saying $100 risk. Well, if I take 297 minus where I know I'm getting out of the trade, that's 25 cents. I divide that into 100, I get 400 shares. So understand, I know all this ahead of time. Now you can create an Excel spreadsheet with, say, your risk amount. That's going to be the same for every trade. And then you just basically input your entry and your stop, and it'll calculate how many shares you should take. Okay. This is why, now, if you're listening to me going, my gosh, I can't follow all that. I can't do all that. That's where you got to practice trading. Okay. Now, where to put a stop? I typically put stops on areas of the chart that I think could be support. And if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. If I were starting out, because areas of support, people ask all the time, well, does trade ideas have support and resistance? Well, your idea of support and resistance may be completely different from mine and from, 10 other people. But the low of the previous 5-minute candle, maybe use that as a stop, or the previous 15-minute candle, okay? Because that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. So you could try that. Now, once you're in the trade, now you manage it. Now, if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, say it's working nicely, then I can keep it. In other words, turn it into kind of a swing trade. If I want to get out of this trade right now, I just flatten it. This is a hotkey. So if I were in several trades right now, I would just highlight the one I want, and then I could flatten it, or I could get at a half, or I could double my position. Okay. Or of course I could go into the share box and pick how many shares I want to get. I want to trade out. Well, I chose 272 as my stop just to make the math easy. I just wanted to make the math easy. Okay, that's all. It's 25-cent difference. This is just for purpose. This is just demonstration purposes. Okay. Well, okay, when I get into any trade I get into, and some may disagree, okay, might want a 1 for 3, but that's okay. Any trade I get into, I have to look at it with a reasonable expectation of making at least what I call a 1 for 2. So again, to make the math easy, if I'm risking 10 cents on the trade, I have to be able to look at a chart and think, okay, yeah, before it hits some resistance area, it could go at least 20 cents. Okay, in other words, a 1 for 2. So I will not take a trade unless I think I can get at least a 1 for 2. Some will say 1 for 3. That'll be up to you. So I'm not taking a trade. So in other words, if I got it, if I looked at, let's take a look at, see if I can see something here. Let's just say, I mean, I'll just use this as an example. I'm not saying the numbers are absolutely correct, but the PRPL, and I look at it and I go, okay, I'm in at 299. I think there's, I don't want to get it down below 290. So let's make the math easy. That's a 10-cent stop. If I were considering to take the trade, because I understand where I know where I'm going to put my stop. Now the next step is I look left and I see, okay, where could it go until it hits some resistance? If I saw 310 as an area where it may not get through, I won't take the trade. Why? I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 10 cents. Okay. Now, just because I think that there's no resistance up into a certain level doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course. But I try to put some odds or statistics in my favor. And one of the things I like to eliminate is chart resistance. I mean, many other reasons why a stock may not go up. I'm also aware where the 200-day moving average. I would never and even the VWAP. I mean, if it's close to either one of those, I won't take the trade. But that's the basis. Okay. Now, are there times where I only make 10 cents and risking 10 cents? Sure. Because I may get into the trade and then I watch and I think it's stalling and I don't think, and maybe the market's turned or something's happened. So sure, I will sometimes exit, and not get a 1 for 2. But that was not my expectation going into the trade. So a lot to trading, guys. But that's why we've got a simulator that you can practice. I know Dan likes to use the golfing analogy. If I threw you a set of golf clubs and you've never golfed before, and I say, "Hey, go and play Augusta," where the Masters are. Okay, go and play Augusta. You'd probably shoot 1,000. Okay, legitimately. Okay, so that's why people either take lessons, they go to the driving range, they practice, practice, practice before, to manage your expectations about, what sort of a golfer you could be or turn into. The same with trading. Why do you think that just because you open an account that you should be able to start trading right away? And I'm not talking to anybody specifically, I'm just talking in general. Oh yeah, always raising my stop, of course. Oh, okay, guys. So it's 11:51. I think Steve will be here in a bit. And the answer is yes. So Steve will be in our YouTube room in All right, guys. So yeah, again, I'm sorry. Steve will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. Look how choppy this SPY is right now. Holy smokes. All right, guys. I am now just kind of see what QH is doing. So I had earnings today. Okay, crazy, crazy low float, if that is to be believed. 530,000 in the float. Anyway, right now I'm just kind of biding my time, waiting for Steve to show up. Yeah, look at that Avaya. I know you mentioned it, Zach. Look at that Avaya. Boy, it has really come off the bottom of a few days ago, off that 70 cent level. So it's gone up $1 now. See it better if I. There we go. Get that daily chart a little bit. So look at this. I mean, we're just basing at 60 cents, in fact, for the longest time. And if you go to the YouTube room, in fact, let me put the YouTube link in, you will hear Steve talk all about his 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. And listen, that could be a great strategy for you guys. When you click on an alert, and having the 10 SMA, that blue line, if you can see my 15-minute chart, is a 10 SMA. So he does not, if he sees a stock, let's take a look at maybe Ribbit or something like that. So he'd be watching this. If he wanted to take this trade, he wouldn't take it unless it got down to that 200 SMA and to see what it did there. Would it take it out and move, or would it hold it and then maybe bounce off it? So he's never chasing. That could be a strategy for you guys. Or the 8 EMA. I'm just trying to follow the party line here, real. 10 SMA seems to work quite well, too. And I heard a little ping. That means Steve is there.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. 1 second. I've got a mute here.
Okay.
There
Yeah.
we go. All right. I know how to add myself to the stream this time.
Oh, good for you.
And share. I heard you talking about the driving range, Barry.
Yeah. Well, Dan would like that.
Well, I went to the driving range last night and I regret it. Hitting off mats has ruined my left shoulder, and now my left wrist is sprained from those damn mats. There's just no
Oh, really?
forgiveness. Yeah, there's no give in those things, and if you hit a couple of bad shots, it just reverberates.
Yeah. Just give me a moment, Steve. Guys, I'm in the main room. I'm talking to Steve in our YouTube room, okay, in case you're wondering if I'm talking to myself. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that's too bad
Yeah, so I
because
went. I practiced because one of the developers, Tim, is in town and he wants to play golf. So we're gonna play some golf in a few hours, and I thought I'd practice, but I think I just made it worse.
and wrist sprains, like ankle sprains, with all the ligaments involved, can be
Yeah,
really, really a challenge.
ice. I got a lot of ice.
A lot of eyes.
Yeah.
Ice.
So how's it going over there?
Pretty good, pretty
Yeah.
good. Tried to trade that HPCO, but it's I got in and out a couple of times, but very, very erratic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
There it is.
just really, yeah, not well. And actually, my short scan has worked. I don't have a short scan race, but my 10-day daily breakdowns give some unbelievable. Of course, with the market doing what it's doing, it would be expected to a certain extent, but other than that, Steve, I'm kind of biding my time. What's happened in the last I'd say 2 3 weeks? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, around 1:30, 2 o'clock, in that race scan, something shows up that hasn't
Yeah.
shown up all day long, and then
Yep.
you see it and go, "Oh my gosh!" And then you just click on it and see what's happening, and it's been amazing.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm loving it. Just focus, focus, focus.
I definitely think there's a time of day that, and I'll talk about that when I get going here, that is interesting for me in the races. It's not the end of the day. It's not the first 30 minutes of the day. It's after things start to shape up a little bit. And then,
Yeah,
like you said, midday, you start to get, so HPCO right here is a perfect example. I heard you talking about the 10 SMA. We got 1 minute before this candle closes. And if that candle closes right back above the 10 SMA on the 15-minute HPCO, then this thing is still in play. That's
exactly,
a position that could be taken. It's not too late in the day, to take a race, a symbol showing up on the race like this, right here at just about 12 o'clock Eastern, right on that moving average. If it was 2:30 Eastern, I wouldn't be doing it. But this time of
right.
day, I consider that. Yeah.
All right. I'll have to take a look. I
So
don't have HPCO up, so
I do have the developers meeting. So if I could leave like 5 minutes before the top of
yep,
the hour, that'd be great.
yep, no problem. I'll even show up even earlier if you want, so that's okay.
All right, Barry, thanks.
Okay, you take over now. I'll put the YouTube link in, make sure that people know you're there, and I'll see you in about 50 minutes or so.
All right, I'll monitor this YouTube. Hello, Iris. All right. Yeah. Welcome to my desktop here. Happy Thursday. I took a public position yesterday. This is always a good example. Okay. I'm a swing trader. And both Andy and myself liked the way this solar stock closed yesterday. We I took it home. I talk about taking positions at the end of the day. I saw this wonderful little doji there right at the 200 and the 50. Pretty solid pavement I felt that was underneath there, and I thought might be good for a day and a half bounce, but I was wrong. And so we move forward. Here was the open, and here's how I played it. I saw that little opening stick right there. That candle really needed to hold and build, and then I was waiting for it to come and challenge my 10 SMA, but it never even did. So once it rolled over, I got out like right about here, 555, 558, something like that. And as you can see, that exit worked. It lessened the pain. Sometimes you just have to do that. I know that I often say I like to wait till the end of the day before I get out of a position, but this would be an exception because yesterday was the day that I wanted to build on. All right, it had to hold this level. If it's just going to start squeezing down below this level midday, I don't want to be any part of it, and that's what happened. So took a small loss on SOL. I am still in VIPS. I've been in this one for a couple of days now. Andy showed me this one. I don't know what Andy's been seeing, but his China stock calls have been pretty on point lately. He's got a lot of stocks he's been watching from China, and VIPS was one that I really liked. Another beautiful example here, guys. All right, so at the close 2 days ago, I saw the way this VIPS popped up, and then people who chased it up here were just inevitably doomed to fall back into line. And when I saw that closing candle as it is, I said, I'm going to take this one home with me. Andy's had a pretty hot hand with the China stocks. I can't argue with that chart. Pretty nice looking chart there. So took it home 2 days ago. Yesterday was nice. Today's been a struggle. So, when I look at today's intraday chart here, it's not really going anywhere. It tried to break out. There was a nice breakout right there, which was stymied and pulled back. So now we're just slopping back and forth on my 10 SMA. There's no momentum to really discuss, but I do have my 5-day moving average kind of popping up, bringing up the rear. Well, I hear my computer making some noises. I hope I don't crash. Varley, if I crash, hello. Hello, Mike. Keep us wild heathens in line. I forgot what the context was there, Circle. What do I think about EVH? Let me just zoom out. It's a nice looking chart. Healthcare. Notice, guys, that this didn't fill in here. Sometimes that happens. Maybe it's my developer's build, but account reset connection helps solve that. Not a bad looking chart. Intraday here, it's definitely trying to break out from 37. That's not bad at all. I'm not taking any new positions right now because, as I said, I'm going golfing in 2 hours, and I don't feel like taking anything on that I can't manage. My current holdings are basically 3 things. I bought some silverback. I was in silver up here, and then it broke down here, and I got out. So I still believe in this play. Actually, I was in it down here, rode it up there, and then took profits around there. So I'm doing the same thing here in PSLV, the Physical Silver Fund, not SLV. What does that look like? See how SLV went deeper? It went much lower than the physical SLV, the Sprott Physical Fund, much more closer. So I like the way it took out these lows, probably ran a lot of stops here this morning. Look at all that volume. That's probably a lot of open good till canceled stop orders that said, get me out of PSLV if it breaks that. So the way the algorithms work is they broke it, and now it's trying to reverse. So a lot of times in hindsight, when I look back at a chart and I see a candle like that, usually kind of lean on those. So I established a brand new swing position about an hour ago in PSLV. I bought it right about here, right as it broke out through highs. So it's consolidating nicely, and the 10 SMA is trying to turn and maybe support it and grab it. That's not a day trade. It's just kind of a position. We'll see what happens. I'm also, as I said, in VIPs. I'm just letting that one just marinate today, sliding back and forth, but it's definitely holding up on the daily chart. So no harm, no foul on the daily. And then lastly, this is a investment, not a position. I've got MindMed. MindMed was in the news, kind of a stupid pump and dump, if you ask me. But the point was they did a reverse split. If you had one share for every 15. And so this basing action here has all been absorbing the reverse split very nicely. This, of course, was the pump and dump of, I'm not even going to get into it, but this is a stock and a story and a model that I believe in. I can't stand big pharma, and these companies with psychedelic research are doing a lot of good work for PTSD and mental health and things like that. So those are the only 3 things I am long. Hans, hello. Silver, amazing right now. Spot, or yeah, exactly. Hans, I've been buying physical too, and I don't really care about the physical because it's not a trade. It's more of an end game. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll tell you what, the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, they're basically thumbing their nose at the US dollar, the petrodollar, and they're saying, we're done with this. We're done with this fiat crap. We're going to start basing our stuff off of gold, silver, precious metals. And I think that's just the beginning. So what's happening right now on the paper silver stuff is complete manipulation. JP Morgan, Bank of America, just doing what they do. They've been caught before, and they just continue to do it. The SEC doesn't care. But it's going to resolve itself somehow. It's going to resolve itself somehow. And it doesn't bother me that the spot price and the futures price are way, way, way below the physical price. That just reminds me that there's a tremendous imbalance here. People want physical, and the paper price is probably definitely not as desirable. All right. Yeah, and the gold ratio, the silver ratio. My wife Hans asked me, "Why aren't we buying gold? Why are we buying silver?" I said, "Well, because historically the gold silver ratio is just extremely expanded, and when gold does, I don't know if it's tomorrow or next year, I don't know when, but I think there's going to be some sort of a play on this stuff. When it does go, the silver is going to play catch up." Because once the word on the street and the headlines start talking about gold and silver, they don't call silver poor man's gold for nothing. It'll probably really catch up on that ratio very quickly. It's very much extended, so it's set up for a good move. I'm just playing the chart there on PSLV, but I definitely have some physical in the bank vault. Hello, Peter. What about Pixie? Oh, I would stay away from stocks like Pixie. They're just death traps, just giant downtrends. And 200 down to 25, 10. That's they have their moments. So let's look at what Pixie did last time it had these moments. There's that day right there, never followed through and just continued. Had this day right here, never followed through, just continued. So what's to make us think that this day is going to have any follow through? I think they're doing a what you call it, reverse split over there as well. Which are you long on? Which one are you talking about, Michael Anthony? If you're talking about silver, I'm long PSLV, the trade. There's the chart. Got those lows. But I've been buying physical for years, and I've been using these lower dips in physical, but you'd be amazed how much of a premium there is if you still want to go buy an actual coin. I think that's what you were talking about, Michael. I'm not sure. I'm trying to close down a lot of things here that are making my computer noisy. That might have worked. Because I don't want to crash on you guys. Let's take a look at what the market's doing. Then I thought we would go through and take a look at the races. Okay, S&Ps, Andy kind of pointed out earlier, we could be trying to dig in here for a inverse head and shoulders. That's one school of thought. I don't know. But just notice how we slammed right into that 200-day. And then we broke, and then we couldn't get above the armpit, as I said. And this is why the trade of the week was called cash. No position. Just sit on cash. Cash is a position, because on Friday, we bounced up into the armpit, which is right there, the moving averages, after being rejected at the 200 right there. And we had this horrific big volume down day. And going into the weekend, there was no reason to try and pick a trade of the week. Market had some issues. I had said in the video that this was a 90% down day. A 90% down day means 90% of the S&P minimum, could have been more, 95, but 90% of the names in the S&P 500 were on lows, red, or making new lows that day. Those days just don't happen. Usually we have a rotation or a market breadth, but when everybody runs for the door in every single asset and every single sector, and the S&P sells off with 90+% of its constituents being red on the day, those don't resolve themselves the next day. They take a little while to work out. So that's why the trade of the week was called cash. And I think that was a good decision based on the backdrop of the market. If you'll notice, the bounces and the things moving higher probably aren't going as well as you wish they would, because the backdrop is just so much pressure. But back to the story that Andy pointed out here, maybe we broke the 50. We closed below the 50 yesterday. That's bad in my opinion. But we also have to look at price levels. And we can see a bit of a pivot level here if we look closely. Resistance, resistance, support, support, support. So this level, of which we technically literally bounced off of this morning and trying to reclaim our 10 SMA, this might be the beginning of a relief bounce. So, I mean, if there's things you were looking at and thinking about nibbling on Monday, but had some work to do, if certain names are lining up and looking interesting, the backdrop of the market might be supportive today and tomorrow. We'll see. A big we'll see. Okay. SD, sure, I'll always give an opinion, an honest opinion. SD is energy, oil and gas. Let's first look at the bigger picture, okay? So let's go to OIH. How does OIH look? OIH has been sloppy, but it did pull back and hold its flattening 50. So a flat 50 here is certainly helping hold it on the OIH. So how does SD look in the midst of that sector? It looks relatively good. It's above its 50. Its 50 is actually starting to turn up right there, and it's holding its 20. So I think there's something to be said about this as long as those OIHs hold that relative 50-day moving average, you've got a little bit of extra relative strength in Sandridge. Though I don't see anything here that's rather low float. That's not bad. That means it can move. Doesn't have a lot of cash. I traded this stock before. When it gets going, yeah, I can get going. I remember that one. Michael, I'm long PSLV. This is the Sprott Silver Fund. So let's just look at this again. This is a Sprott Silver Fund. They can audit and back up every ounce of gold that they say they claim they have in the fund. And then you've got SLV. Back to SLV. Look at how much lower SLV went below the prior lows down here. This is a paper fund. This is where it's based on the futures, and it's just an ETF. And if you want to get into the whole GameStop and AMC and the naked shorting and pulling shorts out of thin air that don't exist, this is the sandbox in which they do that, as well as the COMEX futures. So this ETF to me is kind of garbage. So I prefer the PSLV, which is a audited fund. And again, the technicals tell us it did not go very deep below. It just basically tickled the prior lows, ran the stops. And that's why I figured I'll take a chance here with a pretty good risk reward entry. If it rolls over and takes out today's lows, I will get out, because this candle should, if it closes like this, perfect. If it doesn't, and like I said, if it takes out lows tomorrow or Monday, then I'll get out. But that candle, just like this candle back here, should hold as what, a bottoming tail. I know Barry uses that word a lot, bottoming tail. All right, Hans. You got the Silver Eagles, the top notch. Would be nice to sell some now. Long term, for me, it's not a play. It's an end game. I'm constantly kind of replacing cash with bullion and silver, putting it in the vault, just kind of keeping it balanced. I don't want too much cash. I don't want all my silver investment to be on paper either. You either have to have it in a vault or a custodian or have it in your own safe. Yeah, PSLV, Michael, that's the one that I choose. What was I going to say? Oh, also my father-in-law left us some really cool coins, like Morgan dollars and Berbers and really cool old 19th century, 18th century silver coins. I love those. And some 64 Kennedy half dollars. Those are nice. All right, let's catch up and see if I'm still on track here. Yep, I agree with you, Hans. And in bull trends, just like we had back in 2010, I think it was, I participated in that. It was fun. And I actually played, I bought silver and then I sold silver back to the company I bought it from. Physical to physical. It was kind of fun. But I was incredulous at how much momentum silver had. Let's take a look at that compared to gold back on that particular move, just to prove your point, because you're right. When the bull gets running in precious metals, the headlines start and the average Joe public starts to figure it out. Let's use SLV. I don't think PSLV was around then. Let's really zoom out here. Okay, so it was it was May of 2010, was it? May 2011. Okay, so SLV went from like 14 to 48. What's that? 14, 28. It's like 350% move, maybe. In that same time period, GLD went from 92. It doubled. So gold doubled, and silver was a 3+ bagger in that move. But here's what's curious. Look at how gold's been holding up so well, but they have been absolutely killing silver since then. So yes, it's ripe and primed for a major catch-up move, but we do need that that big bull run first. You're correct, Hans. Yeah, so just to be clear, Michael, no SLV, that's garbage. Sprott Physical Silver Fund, PSLV, that's good. Actually, did go back that far. Yeah, look at that. It started right back there. So it went from, yeah, interesting. There we go. So PSLV is my choice of silver on the screen. And when it comes to the purchasing ones, I just like the Buffalo rounds, just something that people accept. You might have to have them in small denominations too. You never know how much you need to bribe the border guards. I'm just kidding. All right. Teddy, hello. What moving averages other than 10 on the 15-minute chart do you watch for short term? So I have, actually, I think MindMed is going to be a good example here. I have the 5-day as well. You can see we are well below the 5-day moving average. So we are really extended and oversold to the downside. We looked at RSI. RSI is down here around 30. That was a glitch. Don't mind that. Darn it. Okay. CEF is good too. I'll check that out in a second. So let's go to MindMed. It's what I was just talking about a moment ago. And this is what I was watching earlier, right? It's a mess on the daily, and it's been fighting back and forth. It's like they plucked the string here, but it can't get back above its 5-day moving average. So I'm gauging the strength of MindMed here. This is what I like to see. We're going to have kind of a pinch situation where my 10 SMA is going to come up from underneath, and it's going to pinch this 5-day. Now, just so you know, two things. I will share this with you, but I'll also show you how to get the settings. There's put it on SPY, and we will save and share this chart setting for whoever wants it. But to get a 5-day moving average on your 15-minute chart is done this way. You go to indicators, just add a moving average. SMA is what I'm using, and you add 130 periods. 130 periods of 15-minute candles divides perfectly into 5 days. So it gives us a much smoother, zoomed in look on the 5-day moving average rather than trying to put a 5-day average on the daily, which would look something like this. You know, it just doesn't, I like to see it on the 15. So those are the only two moving averages I use to answer Teddy's question. There's some examples out there. Let's just start clicking through some things here. Okay, first thing I clicked on this race, it's currently winning. Nothing really to write home about, but look at how it gets hung up at that 5-day. Interesting. Let's look at some of the winners here today. Okay. All right, so it broke through the 5-day, pulled back, and it found the 10 SMA. How about that? If I was watching this in real time and I was looking for a trade, like Barry was trying to explain before I came on, that might have been my area of interest, especially early in the day, in the first 2 hours of the day. Well, let the first hour and a half or so clear out, so you start to see your opportunities after about an hour and a half or 2 hours. What else we have? Oh my God, look at this. I'm clicking randomly here just to show you examples of my 5-day moving average. Broke, pulled down. Where did it find support? Right there at the 5-day moving average. I mean, these are just random clicks here. Let's see if that HPCO held earlier that we were looking at. Okay, it's still trying. Basically, it hasn't closed below, but it's getting a little sloppy there. That's interesting. It doesn't even have a 5-day average because it hasn't been out 5 days. Ribbit's not looking bad here. RIBT, you see how it's holding and cupping and kind of being scared of that moving average coming up and touching it. All right, let me take a look at that other Sprott fund. You mentioned CEF. Was that what it was? Gold and silver together, huh? Gold and silver trust. Okay, so it's kind of a hybrid. Technically did the same thing, didn't go as deep as silver, went deeper than PSLV did and bounced back and is still not back above its prior low here. That's interesting. All right, I think we have a good question from Aaron. Want to change an M window to an alert window with the same criteria for stocks which gapped up reversing, but apparently it's not working. Below is the cloud link. So I can't get the cloud link in here. Why don't we do this, Aaron? I'm going to give you a email and you can send it to it and I'll go fetch it. Info. What trade-ideas.com. Just message Steve or whatever. While we do that, I'll look at CPG for Anthony. That way, Aaron, I can look at your scan. We can do it together. So CPG, first thing I look at, energy. Okay, Canada, energy, no earnings. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Pulling back, broke through the 10, broke through the 20, and it's finding support at the 50 for the moment. If it doesn't find support at the 50, it's probably going to break back down to the 200. So this is a Canadian energy company, oil and gas. They're kind of like miners. They're very fickle. It doesn't look bad. I mean, I would say, you have a shot here on the daily, but what I'm looking at here currently is it needs to really kind of hold this area and get back, start scooting back up and at least give us a close. Definitely a close above that 50. So that's the first point of your goal today, is to get CPG to close back above that 50. If it doesn't and it closes below, it very well could just leak down there into the 200. Let's see if that cloud link came in yet from you. Not quite yet. So I'll take a look at Teddy's question. What time of day do you trade and what time of day do you enter swing trade? Are they consistent? Good questions. A lot of swing trades I will enter at the end of the day. I gave 2 examples earlier, and that's okay if you weren't here. I love repeating myself because it drives it home. VIPs, which I am currently still in. So let's examine the daily candles. What I'm getting at here is I like to see how the daily candle closes. Now, oftentimes I will take a swing trade in the early morning, but that's going to be after like it jammed down and ran the stops and pops back up and looks like the volatility and the violence is out of the way for the first 20 minutes. And then, of course, it has to make sense on the daily. So that's kind of what happened here on this day. Big violent downdraft. Got close to the 10 SMA, but I looked at that, and China stocks have been doing well. Andy's been good at the China stocks. So I looked at that and I said, I'm taking that trade home just like you see it. So a lot of times I will take trades home right at the close, 15 minutes to the close, because I can see how that candle is going to look. That's when it's working. Let's go to the flip side of when it doesn't work. It was yesterday I took home SOL, a solar company. Get right, perfectly set here. I took home SOL at the close because it had a nice reversal candle, bounced off the 50 and the 200, almost like a little double layer of support there, right? So this trade fully expected that that's the low. It's going to hold that low, a reversal candle, and it's going to start to build on that coming into today. Did it do that? No, it didn't. So I watched this horrible gap down. I sat through it, as I often will do, because I hate getting out of the first 15-minute drive down. It popped back up, and I said, great. Let's go. Perfect. I can weather that storm. Let's build on this, and let's get back up. Okay, doesn't want to build on it. After 10 o'clock Eastern, I said, okay, once it took out that low right there, I'm out. And that was it. I got out. So that's when it doesn't work. But to answer your question, I like to take trades at the end of the day when they look like they're going to work. I also like to take them early in the morning after the jam down has occurred. For instance, today, PSLV. I waited today until this jam down occurred, took out this date back here, watched it hold this moving average, and basically jumped in an hour ago. Now I'm in. This could be a multi-day trade, a multi-day swing. I don't know. It depends on how it builds off this candle. But if this rolls back over and starts to threaten today's lows, I will just get out again. Let's check and see if that, let me refresh my page here. Who was sending that in? Aaron, you were sending that in, right? The M window strategy. I still don't see it. Sometimes this thing has a lag. I'll look out for it. Can you recommend a specific outfit that sells silver bullion near spot price? There's not very many outfits that are going to sell you silver bullion near spot price. They're all very competitive. I use, what is it? I always want to call it Ampex, but it's AppMex, APMEX, I think, AppMex. I just use them, pay $10, sign for delivery. Can I share my layout? I can share my layout, but some of the things might have symbol lists that might not come through, but I can do that. Let's do that right here. So I would go, just so you know, we would do save and share. I click entire layout, save and share, and then copy. And if you want it, it's pasted right there. Nice, Hans. We use the same outfit. Cool. Definitely legit. Once you find one that you can trust, I wouldn't switch to another one. There's no point. I mean, you're talking nickels and dimes. You know, they lock the trader. They lock the price in for 10 minutes, and then you're done. You know, it's very, very competitive pricing. So you're not going to find one vendor that gives you a great deal over the other. All right. Look left. Save your current layout before you load Steve's layout. Good point. Yes. What he's talking about is there's two different things here. Okay, so save layout is your default, and you always just want to go ahead and update that when you can. But then if you load my cloud layout, you can always revert back to your default layout. It won't overwrite. Now, if you like my layout, of course, you can just file and save that as your default layout if you wanted to. We do not have EMA crossovers, Vroom Trader. Any crossovers we have would be SMA. There was a decision made a long time ago that we had to pick one over the other, SMA or EMA. Creating a filter is a lot of work. So, yeah. All right, let me see if your multi-strategy came in yet, Aaron. I still don't see it. Aaron, if you're there, here's what I'm going to do. I'll just go ahead and start doing a work for you. I mean, you can see the steps involved. I understand your question. So let me bring up a multi-strategy window. For instance, let's see, I think like Extreme Master Blaster is a multi-strategy. Extreme Master Blaster M window. So let's bring up the M window. So what your question is basically is you're wanting to extrapolate change an M window to an alert window with the same criteria. So again, the M window is basically multiple alert windows. So if you wanted to, for instance, say, I want to take extreme volume 52-week highs. I want to pull this one out of the multi-strategy list here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I want to just focus on alert window. So I'm assuming that's what your question is. So you highlight the one that you want. In this case, we're going to use extreme volume 52-week highs. And here's the key move right here, collaborate. Click on collaborate. You can see it's very much like the cloud function. So copy it. All right, now that we're done with that M window, we can go to a new alert window. You already sent it 2 times, huh? Interesting. I'll check again. But if you're following me so far, the first steps were highlight the strategy you want in the multi-strategy, right click and do collaborate. And collaborate save as is taking all of those settings and filters from that one, and now we can transfer it into a new alert window. So we're on the second step here, new alert window. We're just going to launch it, which we did, and then we're going to go to the collaborate on this end. Okay, so now we're collaborating again. Right click collaborate in the new alert window, paste. And there's one more thing that might have to be done. Let's see what happened here. Okay, so that looks good. Change from the close. So there's nothing coming through on that one today, it looks like. Let's just make sure it is working. So we'll do, there's nothing in, that's what it is. There's nothing in a 99% position in your range. Let's try it again. Can't hurt to try again. We'll go extreme. Wow, so we'll find something that's doing a bit more history. What's the history today? Okay, so extreme volume under 10. All right, so we'll go extreme volume under 10. That one in blue seems to have some nice stuff happening today. So we'll do this again. We'll go into that strategy. We'll collaborate. We will copy that code. All right, get rid of that window. New alert window launched. And from the launch, you just right click collaborate again. This time we're pasting. Now we've got this as an alert window. Is there any history in this thing? It is. Okay, let's go history today. All right, so yeah, so this is working. This is working. There is FMTX was our last one that came through today. So Aaron, I'm assuming that's the workflow you were trying to attempt. If it was, hopefully that made sense. Can't figure out though why I don't see an email from Aaron. That's concerning. It might come through later. I'll look out for it. Good. That, ladies and gentlemen, is why we do these live sessions. Barry a lot of times is trading and doesn't really have the ability to focus on user questions and walking you through things as much as we do at this hour. So if you're new to the noon hour here, you want to come every day, because every day you will get some attention spent on showing you how to do this. And I say that because sometimes, people get frustrated and they say, can somebody just call me? And that doesn't work. It doesn't work on the phone. We just can't do that. The phones work for canceling subscriptions and credit card issues. But for this kind of stuff, you got to show up and look and put in the work visually. We just can't do the stuff over the phone. All right. Would you buy any bullish action on stock CTAs for a potential bounce? This moving average interaction, it would be a bounce play. Is that CTAS a symbol? I assume you're talking about the symbol. Yeah, CTS for potential bounce. It's doing kind of what that SOL did. It's close to its 250 yesterday anyway. So CTOS today, same kind of a thing. It really needs to hold that 200. If it were me, I'd like to see it pop back up and close above highs, which would be back above the 50. So that would look at the end of the day like a nice tail kissing the 200 and then popping back up and regaining the 50 at the close. If it did that, that could be a consideration for an entry at the near the close. Oh, you want this scanner? Well, good thing I didn't close it yet, Iris. It's just this simple one that I just made right here. Remember, don't pin your windows. Pinning windows really starts to create problems. You get all those duplicates and then it slows your system down. All right, so the one that I just collaborated, there you go, Iris. We don't have a junk folder, but let me look. Let me just look. No. Let me do a search. Let me do a search. I did a search and I saw an errand that had a yahoo.com email address 5 days ago. That was the last one that I had seen. It's possible this thing is glitchy and it could be hung up in no man's land right now, but it probably should come through. But I'm glad we kind of identified that, Aaron. I'll keep an eye out for it. Any scanners for just IPOs? You know, it's a good question. It's a common question. I'm just going to out somebody. If he's in the room, I don't care. We got a terse email from somebody yesterday who was very upset that 2 IPOs didn't come through our scanners. And he said he literally lost $60,000 in opportunity cost. Wow. That's a lot of money to have pretended that you would have made. IPOs really only have one option, and that is the halt and resume. So if you think about our, Barry, if you think about our platform, we have a variety of filters that have to be satisfied. And a lot of those filters go back a few days. And if an IPO has just been spit out, there's no baseline to measure against. Therefore, the filter is canceled. Therefore, names won't come through. The only guaranteed, I'm not going to use the word guarantee because that's too strong a word. Your best option is going to be to start from scratch with an alert window. And if you're only looking for IPOs, just use the term event, resume. Resume means something started trading again from a halted situation. Well, in this case, an IPO resumed trading from start point A, which the system considers a halt. So the only way you're going to get notification of an IPO trading is the resume feature. You can also put halt on there if you want, but it's going to clutter it up. But all of these things resume. So, you know, Barry has a great list of IPOs that are coming up on the watch on the horizon. You really need to know about those. You need to be prepared that they're coming. And then having this scanner will essentially alert you that it started trading. And if you wanted to, you could right click the resume and you could go to properties and add action and play sound. You know, create your own sound or text to speech, whatever. And that will alert you, hey, the stock that you saw coming up on IPO list just started trading. Now from here, you should be just monitoring it. You know, I mean, there's really no scan that's going to pick it up from here. Just put it on your watch list, your my liked list, or what have you, a symbol list, and don't lose track of it. But there's no way to just like scan an IPO and say, hey, today's IPO just pulled back to a certain level. We don't have that data in our system to get that tricky with the intraday action of an IPO. All right. Oh, good. I'm glad that's resonating with you, Vroom Trader. Let's check and see if Aaron's email came in. Still nothing. Are you a Yahoo email address, Aaron? Because I did a search for your name and I saw somebody with a Yahoo address. I know. God, just think what that guy could have done with $60,000 if he had been alerted. Oh, what a shame. Yeah, let's do that. Let me back up and see if I even typed it correctly the first time, Aaron. It could have been all me this whole time. Yeah, that's correct. info@trade-ideas.com. Possible you might have forgotten the dash. I have a weird, undesirable URL, I know, but that's the one we had to buy. Trade-ideas. How's my VIPs doing? That 5-day moving average. So, I'm prepared to let this 5-day moving average converge at some point. I still think this is a manageable position in the market. Looking at that, I see the moving average is nice and fanned out. I see good volume. We just got to bide our time and let it chop and consolidate. But guaranteed, I am a seller at $11.99 for half of it, because that's the prior high, $11.96, whatever. As we see the markets, I should say the algorithms and quants like to take and drive the price up through its new high and bring people in, and then it either continues or many times it doesn't, and it just drops back in. So I like to be the seller who's anticipating that breakout, not chasing, but being the person who's feeding it to the people who are chasing. And if you have that mentality, you'll do a lot better.
Steve, allow me to step in.
Yes.
So I heard you talking about the IPOs, and I know you're talking about that guy from yesterday. A couple of things on that. You're absolutely right. I would say that 90 to 95% of the time in our halts resumes, as a quirk, it shows up. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And those two did show up, the ATXG and the
IT.
SHPH. Okay, they did show up yesterday. Okay, in the halts resumes. Number one,
Okay.
BIA. I just took a very expensive break. BIAF unfortunately started trading when I was on my break,
Yeah.
and it's going
Gotta
to
go.
probably do something crazy. But the other thing, Steve,
Hmm?
is I checked with one of the traders in our room who has Centerpoint, and he's been using Centerpoint forever. First of all, those shorts were not available yesterday for
Mm-hmm.
those two stocks. Okay, so there's no way in the world. And plus, where was he going to figure out where to short it? After the fact, it looks wonderful. Oh, I could have shorted at $1,500. It went down to 500. But you could have probably said, I'm going to short it at 200. Oops, now it's 300. Now it's 400. I guess
I've
I'll
never
short it
played a
now.
chart. I've
Now it's
never played a
600.
chart perfectly. And to look back and go
Yeah.
back and think that you could play that chart perfectly is hysterical.
Well, but the other thing, see, honestly, there were no shorts available. I don't care. I don't think there's
I
one
hear you.
broker in the world
I
that
hear
had
you.
shorts for that one. Okay.
Yeah.
So that gentleman, I don't know if he's listening. I don't, as you said, I don't care because there's just no
I
way
don't care
they
either.
had shorts available. The other thing is I saw your explanation to Vroom. Yeah, I mean, how I do it, you probably realize what I do. I mean, I take that IPO calendar and then I put stock is not traded yet. I just bring it up on our chart. I put a price alert at $1 because it obviously should open whenever it does open. And I also like
Oh,
to put the structure in.
good,
I
good.
like to put the structure in.
Price alert at
And
one
this
dollar. I never thought about that one. That's good.
Yeah, just put it at $1. I put the structure in, like how many shares, what the IPO price is supposed to be, maybe who's behind it, and the other thing I'm adding is it China. I'll
Yeah.
add that also. And so when it starts to trade, I like for instance the BIAF. I mean, so it opens at whatever it opened at, $8 or something like that. I know that that was above the potential IPO price of 6. So there's some enthusiasm as opposed to something that in theory was supposed to, come in around 6 and you see it opens at 3, well, okay, there's no enthusiasm for
Yeah.
it. So I'm just going to forget about it. So that's how I like to do even if we had an official IPO scanner, I wouldn't do it. I would want
It's
to just use the
yeah.
charts
It still
and the price
requires some
alerts.
thought and, like you said, some quantitative analysis in your mind before you just chase them all.
Exactly. And you know what? To do it on the weekend because typically with the IPO calendar,
Yeah.
on Saturday or Sunday, look at it. You can see the upcoming IPOs and just do it. Just put the price alerts in, and yeah, it might take you 5 minutes. I mean, big deal. But then you're really prepared for when the IPO starts to trade.
Look at this thing jump around. Jump
Exactly.
around. Aaron, I am still refreshing and I am so sorry. I am not seeing your email coming into info@trade-ideas.com. I don't know what's going on. My apology. Good news is we got you straight just by watching my demonstration, but now we've got an issue as to why your emails are not coming in. If you have another account, you could always try that as a test account just to see if that one sneaks through and just double check you typed the right one. All right, guys, any more wisdom you want to look at today? I mean, let's look at some of these races and see how they've shaped out. I'm just kind of in hindsight, and I'm going to be looking at the intraday, the PIXY. I think that's a name I would stay away from. Beautiful Peg. I just heard the AI say Peg. Now I've got Steely Dan Peg. You will come back to you. Nice move there in GCT. I think we highlighted that one earlier. If I was on the prowl and looking for entries, hour and a half after the open, this is my salivating entry right there. A stock that's on the races, that pulled back, and gives me a sensible, good risk reward entry right there. So in hindsight, that would have been a decent one. Here's Ribbit. Okay, it had every chance to hold this moving average, but what do you know? We're getting into that late lunch period. This is when I start to not trust these setups as much. I only trust these setups after like the first 90 minutes and then for 90 or 2 hours after that. And then we get into the end of the day where day traders start taking their profits, and you can see it broke the 10 SMA. Momentum has died in that name. A little messy in VRAX there, but moving higher. All right, I would say HPCO died on the vine as we looked at it half an hour ago. That red closing candle. Again, if we look back in hindsight, could have said, "Hey, right there." I was saying, "Hey, that's an entry I would have taken," rather than being the person who chased it. But when you take this entry and you're wrong, which we were told right here, closing candle below the rising SM, get out. Just get out. Low, small loss, but you gave it a shot. You swung the bat. And then as the day goes on, I think this thing just might, we'll see, stay below. But that's my rule. Sometimes it gets me out of good trades, but oftentimes it gets me out of bad trades early. I think that happened in big the other day. Where was that? There it was. I got out of that candle right there. Questions? Oh, I don't know if that's going to help me, Aaron. That looks like that's your collaboration. Let's see if I copy that. If I copy that collaboration. Nope, nothing transposed on that. Let's see. Nope, still no email. I saw a question there. Oh, ACI, isn't that a coal company? Albertsons. I was thinking of a different one. Albertsons. Albertsons look pretty good right here. Look at that. Breaking down, busting through its declining 50, pulling back, holding that solid wall of the 10 and the 50 cross right there, climbing, and then, so if we were to use that same analogy on the 15-minute candle as we do on the daily, that first closing candle under the 10 SMA means momentum is dead. Don't expect much from this thing. And as you can see, it can't get back above the 10 SMA. Yesterday, it closed below the 50. Yesterday, 2 days ago, and yesterday. And if it closes below the 50 again today, then all of that was for naught, really, in my opinion, if it can't get back above the 50. Seems like it was a giant head fake. Again, it looked really good right there, but it all fell apart right there. Well, yeah, Albertsons, people got to eat, but instead of buying the ho-hos and Fritos and ding dongs and ice cream, they're spending all their money on the stuff they have to eat. Prices are going up. Their volume of sales is not. Their margins are getting thin. They're doing all they can. I mean, all I have to do is look at the price chart to tell you that. And that's a good example, Michael. You can get caught up in sometimes on the story, and you have to ask yourself, does the chart confirm the story? Well, yeah, people got to eat, but there are many different components to that. Do you go for agriculture? Do you go for, grocery at the retail point of sale? these guys or Albertsons are probably stretching their margins so thin right now. So yeah, people got to eat, but does the chart confirm the story? No, this chart's under pressure still. Just remember that. Does the chart confirm the story? And when they both line up together, then you got something. At least that's the way I look at it a lot of times.
All right, Steve, I'm back. If you want to take off now, you are welcome to do that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to because I've got the developers meeting. I need to get a
Right.
break. So, Aaron, I'm sorry I can't help you get that going. Shoot, keep trying the email. I'll keep an eye out for the email. You saw the steps I did included, and I hope that makes sense for you. But that's just weird that we can't get your email. I'm sorry. All right, Barry, thanks. I better run.
Okay, I'll take
Talk to you all
over.
next time.
All right, guys, I am back in both rooms. And no, I did not. That was an expensive break I was on for the BIAF. I think it just got halted again, didn't it? I think it just got halted again. I can't believe it. I waited probably, it seemed like 2 months for that thing to open. And it has to open during lunchtime. Very interesting that they did it then. Anyway, that got halted on the way up though, now. But at least it's not crazy yet, like crazy yet. Yeah, they knew where I was eating, no kidding. Yeah, I mean, it popped up, and here's the other thing, guys. Remember, I was saying I would say at least 90%, maybe even more, 95% will show up as a resume. Okay. Oh, I have no idea where it's going. Will to win. I have no idea. You can't possibly know where something like that is going. I mean, if irrational exuberance takes hold of it, I have no idea. Nobody knows. Okay. Yeah, well, that would have been probably me also, Mitchell, because as long as it opened above that $6 level, to show some enthusiasm, which of course it did. What did it open at? No, it opened at looks like it opened around 8:30. Is that right? 8:37. Yeah, that was. So how long did it stay there? Yeah, lots of opportunity to get it really at a decent level. But where it's going, I mean, I don't know. This is not this is not a China IPO. Yes, I don't think so. Let me just do a quick look. I'm sure I looked before. I'm sure this is not a yeah, this is not a China IPO. So typically the non-China IPOs are not quite as crazy. Okay. I mean, it's still, relatively crazy, but do I think it's going to $2,000 like the other one did yesterday, briefly? No. Oh, yeah, it's on. I saw your question. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to probably. I have no idea, Don. I mean, when you say a few cents, I mean, is it dramatically different? I really don't have. I won't have an answer for that. So you're saying when you look at a chart, the low of the day looks like a certain amount, and then when you're using T low, it's a few cents higher or something like that. So is that affecting you in a tremendous way, or because I don't know, I have no answer for that. You might have to take that up with support. Chris might look at maybe your log or something, but I don't know. Yeah, yeah, I'm not trying to slough it off, but I really would have no idea why that would happen. Well, let's see where this could open. So we got 1350, 1350. So this is okay, so this did get halted on the way up, but this is a little ominous though. It, yeah, that's right. It did get halted on the way up, right? At 1489, but this is not looking good. Is for no, I mean this is not written in stone, but I mean you'd like to think it'd be higher if you got long this. Um, yeah, Don, I really don't know. I really do not know if the charts are updating faster than the tables. You know, yeah, I really don't know. I have no experience in what you're talking about. Okay, so it opened. Okay, so it did open, and it opened down. There's definitely a difference, guys, between the way these IPOs react, if it's the US or China. I'm not saying, I'm just, in my experience so far with these low price China IPOs, those are the ones that can go absolutely nuts. I mean, this is pretty good. I mean, you got in at 8, I mean, you're looking at a 50% increase. So, I mean, that's still pretty good, and it just got halted again on the way down. So this is not reacting obviously in a tremendously positive way. And actually, Don, to your question, I mean, I would think our charts would be not as fast as the alert, but I may be wrong. But if it's only 3 cents, I mean, is 3 cents like a major deal? Because you've got limit offsets too that you get an alert for something and you may not be able to get a fill at the alert price because of how fast the stock is moving. So that's where your limit offset comes in. How far outside of the alert price are you willing to go? Even if you're auto trading, I mean, auto trading, yeah, you should be able to get, obviously a quicker fill, but if a stock is at, you get an alert at 10 and then in, half a second, that stock is now at 10:05 and you have a limit offset of 3, you won't get a fill. GME. Now remember, guys, when this happened, the 1 for 4, this was supposed to be it. Oh, everybody was going to pile into GME because now it's cheaper, and the shorts, the trillions and trillions upon trillions of shares that are out there that are short, that are not fessing up. Then we're going to have to do something. I don't know. I don't see it. And then there's AMC, the same. I mean, AMC and Ape. Ugh, an Ape, ugly. AMC, all-time low yet? Not quite. But how about your limit offset too, Don? I mean, what sort of limit offset are you using? And again, I have very little experience. I do not auto trade or anything like that. So I have very little experience. But what sort of limit offset are you using? Also, you know what though? If you're really, I would send, ask at support at trade-ideas.com, and somebody might say, well, send your log or something to that effect. I certainly have no idea, the relationship between, where our chart is and the actual, that low of the day that you're talking about. Okay, you're asking, well, okay, first of all, remember, this was in the simulator, Maxwell, okay? So, I mean, I wasn't watching, if this were a real trade, when it was getting up to that 340 level, the minute it started doing this and dropping, I would be out of the trade. So, I mean, I'll just exit now. Understand, this was in the simulator, Maxwell. Okay, just demonstrating how to take a trade. So the minute, I mean, that was awesome. I mean, getting in at 297, it gets up to 340, held there for a while. And then, but the minute you start getting this red bar, I would have been out of that trade probably around 330. Okay. Yeah, Don, I'll let Chris do that. Okay. He's way more into that stuff than I am. So just all you have to do is, just send that, and maybe he'll take a look at it. Okay. Because here's the deal. If it isn't correct, I'll have no answer for you. Okay. If there is a 2 or 3 cent difference, I won't have any answer for you. You can see the big difference, guys. I mean, between this one, this VIAF, and the one from yesterday, the SHPH. Yeah, it was halted, I think maybe once, like later on though, on the way down. I don't know why I find this a very hard symbol to remember. SHPH. That might have been a halt there on the way down, right there, that red candle. But virtually every other halt was on the way up, 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 until finally, at the end of the day. So This is not react. This is not really reacting that well, in my opinion. All right, guys. What is happening in the rate? This pixie is something that doesn't often happen. You know, the day of a big reverse split doesn't often happen like this, but it did. 1 for 100 reverse split. I wonder if somebody actually did buy this at $1,999.99. ATXG. Was that truly a print? $1,900, $1,999. Okay, there we go. Okay, so the VIF just opened. Well, hopefully they only bought one share. Even then, they're down $1,000 and more. Okay, this is really getting ugly now, guys. Is BIAF very ugly? The only thing that'll help if it somehow later on takes out the high of the day, you know, get the enthusiasm back and takes out that high. But otherwise, this is not what I call a great IPO right now. Yeah, I'm seeing this FIP, but again, I just see too much resistance. Not that big wide open space area that it could get into before it hits next resistance area. So what this 172 is telling me in the max PNL, if I got out at the high, that's what I, no, nobody's saying that you can get out at exactly the high when you're in the trade, but so that's basically almost half. So again, I was on break. I'm watching this. If this were truly a trade I was in from 297, I would have been out probably more in the 331, 332 level. The minute you get that big red candle, you get these really cheap ones. You've got to be careful. All right, what I'm waiting for now is to see if there's some stock that we haven't even seen, never mind winning a race, but maybe not even floating around here. It just comes in here all of a sudden, with a big nice big percentage, and you start following it as it's moving up. So hard to commit right now to going long, though the market is trying to put in a bit of a bounce, but it's so choppy. Oh man, ridiculous. I'm just looking. This got halted again, I guess. ATXG. All right, so GCT is trying to hold the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, trying to hold it. And not anymore. Okay. And it's going to get halted again, BIAF on the way up this time. And if you're wondering, Oh, I know. You just have to look at the bit. Wow, boy, this is all right. Maybe it's not over, guys. All you have to do is look at the bid ask, and when the bid ask doesn't move and it's within a penny, and it's a penny, and something like a BIAF is doing that, you know it's going to get halted because there's no way the spread would only be a penny and it wouldn't be trading. So that's how could easily predict that it was going to get halted right there. Almost took it, but almost doesn't count, I guess. But this is what I'm seeing here. Definitely this time a pop. So there's a halt at 1066. So right now, the projected open could be around that 1140 mark. And that's an old one, William. A real old one. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm not really seeing too much other than these halts and resumes for these flyers. All right, so take a look at NTNX, okay? It won one race probably at the beginning of the day, and now it's just resting. It just is absolutely just resting. So this is a case in which, well, I doubt if it's going to stay here for the rest of the day. So what I would do is just put an alert underneath, price alert, say around 2152, and one on top, say a break of, say 2224, and see if it breaks one way or the other. This is an earnings play, so it should still be pretty active. Look at the volume as it has completely tailed off though. It's a big float also, 222 million in the float. So, excuse me, it will take a bunch to keep moving this, and you can just see the volume is just completely tailed off. And that's what happens, the interest wanes and that's it. Nothing happens. Boy, we haven't seen this one for a while, guys. Rhythm. This was one that had a tremendous run from 450 to 15 before it pulled back a little, and then another run up to 24 before it pulled back a little, and then another final run to 27 before its last pullback so far. Guys, well, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt for the BIAF, it will open in 10 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. And let's see how close it comes to this 1140. And Okay, so it did not open after 5 minutes. So this could be a 10-minute halt. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, guys. This blue screen you see here, this is Interactive Brokers, time and sales. Nothing to do with trade ideas. I keep looking to see if any one of these are, coming into the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, any of these ones that have pulled back, and the 10 SMA is held. I just don't see any. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I'll ask you the same alternative contrarian. Who are you? I'm Barry Anerson. I work for Trade Ideas. That's who I am. Who are you? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So I saw that the BIAF. So I've got an alert set up here. See if it takes this out sometime, 1360 or so. See if it takes that out later. Other than that, the market's putting in a decent little bounce. I mean, the Dow's only down a little bit now. We haven't had a positive day in probably about a week and a half, maybe. Maybe that's too long, but you are with Atlas Trading, okay? Yeah, there's rhythm. My issue, of course, with rhythm is all of, you look left, all the areas that could stall. RYTM. All right, what is this one doing? This SNN, Smith and Nephews, a UK stock, looks like a UK stock. Again, too bad. I mean, it's sort of interesting the way it's been inching up from 23.60, about a dollar, very orderly. The issue again, though, is looking left. 24.63 is the next high. So, I mean, if we can get through that, you've got a shot to that 26 level, but so guys, I'm just not trying to force anything, unless I see something that really, especially something that just shows up in this race, that we haven't seen all day, and all of a sudden just start to show up. Just not going to force anything. Just so choppy. Look at this. I mean, this nag got up to $4 almost, pulls all the way back down to 350. Maybe trying to curl up a little bit, holding that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, down a penny from the close of yesterday. Well, real, it's certainly, again, the next high is 24.63. That's only 10 cents away. And it's a big float, almost half, 436 million in the float. So it's probably not going to be crazy. Just seen too many like this, guys. I mean, look at the AKRO. Pops all the way up to 1282 and pulls back 30 cents. I mean, you might not think that's a lot, but I mean, on a percentage basis, that's a pretty hefty pullback. If you buy this, where are you going to put your stop? I mean, you're going to have to put a stop way down here. So you're not going to be able to take too many shares. Otherwise, you just get whipped out of positions. Yeah, guys, I'm just not seeing anything that's really that exciting. I mean, the VRAX, I mean, it's held the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Just don't know how dynamic this is going to be. When you look left, you start to see some areas where it could easily stall. Well, I mean, these are generating long possibilities, but it's awfully hard today. Okay, I mean, my short possibilities will always come from this 10-day daily breakdown. So no, I mean, I'll trade either way. But, even though the market's been kind of crummy, if you want to go long for over the last couple of weeks, this has still been producing some really nice long trades because they're typically stocks that don't care that much about what the overall market's doing. But even these sort of stocks, eventually, it takes a bit to get people interested. So I really only have one short scan. Look at this SMTC. I mean, after that big down move. Now it's just kind of basing, and who knows? Maybe it starts to curl back if the market starts to move higher. SMTC, it's an earnings play. It's still down 30%, but I mean, here's another one. I saw this a little earlier. There's EYEN, but I just look at this 195 area of looks like there's a lot of resistance. I mean, I should start thinking about these as a short, with this resistance in the way. Okay, this is certifiably ugly now, guys. The BIAF. Okay, I'm going to start looking at these large cap gainers from the open as opposed to some of these wilder ones. So I mean, this is sort of interesting. The relay RLAY through the 200-day moving average now. The next high looking left is around 75 cents away. Not bad. No, it's been inching its way up. It hasn't really been affected by the overall market. Not a great spread, 24.18, 24.24, but at least it's got a little bit of, the chop hasn't been there today, and it's got a little bit of room. I mean, obviously, if you can get through that, then you're talking, 27. I'm not saying it's getting there, but, at least let's take a look at some of the other ones. Well, there's the SNNN, SNN, not three N's. GFL, let's take a look at GFL. See, GFL, I mean, so these are the large cap gainers from the open, a little less volatile, well, not a little, a lot less volatile than, the ones you're going to see here. But again, I look left at the GFL and I look left and I just see a lot of resistance, around the 40 cent level, 29.40. Again, this is one of the scans I am sharing. It's interesting. A lot of them have this look, just very orderly moves, a little base, a little orderly move, not a lot of gyration. Not compared to these ones. I mean, look at this one, COGT. It should have been watching this all day. These ones all day. On a day like today, maybe these ones, the large cap gainers from the open. I mean, that's a great move. 1636, 17. And down goes the Pixie. So that's 22 cents, guys. Remember, they did a 1 for 100 reverse split today. So that's 22 cents equivalent. I thought about the OKTA. If you were here in the pre-market, when I take a look at the stocks at the upgrades and downgrades, that had about 7 downgrades. And you're right. Right from the open, $70, 59 now, $10 move, earnings play. I just have a tough time taking stocks right at the open. Now, overall, it has served me well to not take stocks. So I don't beat myself up by looking at something that, wow, I should have taken that right at the open. Well, these ones typically are, Maxwell. These ones are typically, because the more volatile. I mean, with the lower floats and the pricing of these, usually they don't care that much about what the overall market's doing. But even this one today, I mean, they really haven't cared what the market's doing, and that's because they're up for the day. They're at least 2% up for the day. Even Snap, remember Snap yesterday just got clobbered, but it had a recovery. Yeah, guys, very similar look. Again, this is another one I'm sharing. This may be more what people want to see. If you don't want to see something that's very volatile, I mean, these seem to be, well, I know they are going to be more steady. Not necessarily are they all going to make money, of course, but you're not seeing the wild gyrations that you do, like the big topping tails and then a pullback right, to the level. I mean, this COGT is really interesting, guys. Look at this, almost an all-time high. So keep an eye on COGT as an example. It's basically an all-time high. I mean, I guess the all-time high is a few days ago at 17.15. So, I mean, what a nice day it's had. COGT. So let's take a look at some of the ones that won races in this large cap gainers from the open. So let's take a look at Kroger, KR. What is it doing? So it had the nice little move. Now this to me looks like it may be starting to want to fall. Potential short, maybe. The way it's kind of way it's trading. Looks like it's trying to move down a bit. So if you're into shorting something, but it looks like there's some reasonable support around 48, 41. So for a $48 stock, I mean, you've got maybe 40 cents to that potential support area. Probably not enough. Yeah, I don't know how many people had shorts available for Pixie on the first day of a reverse split. No, I don't, yeah, I mean, typically, interactive brokers will never, well, I shouldn't say never. I've rarely, if ever, seen they have shorts available the day of a reverse split. On the other hand, typically that's not what happens the day of a reverse split. All right, guys, it is Thursday, so there is a marketing meeting at 12. How about 2 Eastern time? Today, our reverse day. I don't recall actually saying a reverse day. I'm just saying, we had a bit of a pop here, 30 minutes. I'm not saying it's a reverse day at all. I mean, look at Agio here. This had the big. I think this had news yesterday. Okay, so Agio stock jumps after the Novo deal to acquire. Uh, what happened here? Nutanix. Okay, this probably moved down, right? Yeah, little bit of a move down now for Nutanix, NTNX. Yeah, no, all I was saying is, look at the market. It looks like it's trying to maybe put a little reverse in. That's all I was saying. Not that today is a reversal day, not by any stretch. I mean, now look what's happening. It's just been very choppy, though. Very choppy. I mean, look at the SPY. I mean, it's been very, very choppy. Well, tell me when GME is at 25 because that represents 100 before, okay? And under 100, but you know what, guys? We've seen this before over and over and over again. I know. Well, has it been the market conditions that we're seeing right now, even when all this was happening? Dr. Crusher, I can definitely help you with that. So the question was, anyone know how to change the race cars to company logos? You need to be in a much later version of Trade Ideas, okay? Do you know how to, so if you go to the download page, and unfortunately, okay, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And click on download. If you scroll up to the top, click on download. Now, I could do it, but there's something gone crazy, DNS issues, and my font is all whacked out. When you do it, you should see what you want to do is you can scroll. Well, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Download. You won't see it looking like this. So just keep scrolling down, 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 down until you see the beta. That's the late there. Okay, version 5.6.5. Then the race cars aren't even an option anymore. Okay, and then you'll have the logos. But you need to be on the latest version. Okay. Just go to my homepage room. Okay. Just go to my homepage. Okay. I put the link in just below you. Vroom. Okay. There's the link. Go to my homepage. And when you do, this is what you're going to see. And just go to the scan section. And there they are. So the one you see, the one I display, is this one up here. That's the biggest gainers from the open. And then the large cap gainers from the open is on my other monitor. Okay. All right, guys. In about 5 minutes, I'll put myself on mute. And then I'll join this marketing meeting, see what they're up to. Yeah, so right now, guys, I'm in this large cap. I think this is maybe for today anyway, unless we see something just driving into this biggest gainers from the open. No, the setups just look a little bit better, just more gentle, just moving inch by inch. Yeah, and they also had about 7 or 8 downgrades this morning. OKTA. Well, Hall, you should have been here when I started talking. because that's one of the first things I said was OKTA. 7 down, well, we already knew it was being crushed. And then right here, downgrades, OKTA. And I mentioned, man, 7 downgrades. You don't often see that. Hello, Todd. Has it been a good day? Not as good as yesterday, but not a lot of follow-throughs on these smaller ones. You know, BIAF, again, I have an alert set around that 13 level to see if it takes it out, just in case. Look at the, I mean, it's a lot, pretty good volume. It's, it's crawling off those lows a little bit. Okay, guys, I am going to put myself on mute now. I'll be in a meeting. And so I'm going to mute. All right, guys, listen, I'm back, and I'm telling you, on a day like today, maybe a lot of days, this large cap gainers from the open. I'm just looking at some of the. I took this relay, guys. It was a little bit choppy, but I took this. I ended up taking this relay, RLAY. Remember, I think I was talking about it just before went on the breaks that it had some room. But I'm looking at a lot of these larger cap gainers from the open. Now, granted, market might be helping to a certain extent, but a lot of what I was saying was happening in this area anyway. But I saw Snap right over 11. I saw this Agio. Agio was at 29. Where is it? I saw it was right around here. I mean, are these massive percentage movers? Not necessarily, but a little less strain on the psyche. I mean, and that's a big part of it, guys. So I really encourage you to, even if you like the volatility, this race here for the volatility, keep an eye on this large cap gainers from the open also. Um, I haven't really paid as much attention to it as I should because I thought that was this for people who don't really want the volatility. But man, oh man, I mean, it's remember what I was saying before is that it was giving us looks like this, like stocks that weren't pulling back horribly like they do up here, which so that's what you would expect, from these volatile ones that they pop up, you get this big topping tail and then they pull right back down. Very difficult to trade if you're new, even if you're, a seasoned trader. I'm not saying to scrap this, not saying that at all, but no, the VRAX as an example. I mean, we saw this one right around here at 450. I couldn't talk myself into trading it because I thought there might be some resistance, and there's DXC. Yeah, DXC is another one that I saw. DXC. I mean, look at this nice move. I mean, very orderly, orderly, orderly. These are all going to be fairly strong stocks for the day because they have to be up 2%. So even on a down day, you could be starting to see stocks that are, they're trading contrary to the rest of the market, but in a more orderly way. Listen, I wouldn't mind it. You give me stocks that move, 50 cents. You give me 4 or 5 of them in a day, I'll take that. I mean, it's great to get the ones that move $100, yes, but yeah, I guess I'll have to wait for next week for another IPO that might, yeah, this is not great. Big sell off from the highs, so that's not great. And halt on the way down for the BIAF. And the other one that was at SNNN. Sorry, SNN, right? Yeah, SNN. I mean, look at the move it made. This is the one that caught my eye first. I mean, look at that move, just inch, like not giant candles. I mean, it's finally pulled back a little bit here, but it almost got up to $30, $25 from this 23.79 move. I mean, that's a great move. And finally, yeah, sure, there was there's a bit of a sell-off here, but boy, you get a move like that is relatively stress-free. Take those all day. Yeah, I'm getting tired of this, the house resumes because it's, the same ones over and over again. Typically now on the way down. Maybe not. Maybe ATG, maybe ATXG. No, it's actually, I guess, on the way up. But anyway, now again, a lot of it could be because the day is finally, we're finally having a bit of a day that moving a little bit higher. We've had some pullbacks, but the market is moving just a little bit higher. The Dow is anyway. We were still negative. Whoa, guys. Did that do what I thought it did? RLAY? Oh, that was brief. That was brief. I mean, but you know what? It may still be a bit of a magnet, 24.64. I mean, I took this trade when I was in the meeting, thinking, okay, what did I get in at? 24.30, I guess. Yeah, right around here. Just to say, okay, I'm in the meeting and oh, sorry, not right there. That's 23. So right here. Whenever I started that meeting, all right, guys. Now I know I said to watch the blue. The blue looked interesting. I mean, it was over 12, pulled back a little bit now. Why it was interesting when we were first looking at it is because that high right there at 1203, then the next high is way up here at 1271. So now it's pulled back a little bit. But I would just stick an alert, stick an alert around 1208 and see if it takes that back again later. I mean, here's another one, this Alks. I mean, it's got some room. I mean, yesterday's high, 24.54. So, it's about 40 cents away from that. I mean, it's nothing spectacular, but, if this keeps sort of inching its way up to that level, and there's nothing saying that's going to stop it 100%, of course. But, I mean, if the market, you're kind of trading with the market a little bit here, ALKS. If it worked like this every day, that's all I trade. I mean it. You're right. I mean, especially, well, that's not true. I could never take my eyes off these little more volatile ones, but you know, this allows me to take trades, and I don't care what trade you're in, you still have to concentrate, but I don't have to be glued to something. BHC, did it really clear 6? Yeah, I mean, it's good. I mean, I got an alert. I still have a price alert set at 664. Maybe it takes it out tomorrow. If it does, look left. I mean, there's got a ton, that's a ton of room, $9 or so. All right, it did come back up to that level. The RL, that's a great trade, guys. I'm pretty happy. Look at this, the RLY, R relay, whatever it's called, relay. relay. And how relaxing was that? Okay, guys, I did just take some off. The next high is 25, so it was getting a little bit close. So I'm just taking some off the relay, and you can see right there. So it's won 4 races in the large cap. I mean, don't take your eye off blue, BLU. I mean, if it comes back over 12 and takes out that 1215 area, I mean, when you look left, it's got room to what, the 1270 level. Why not? Probably don't have to worry about. I mean, there's the float. And, if you want to make it even more, not easy, but you can always up the float value in something like this. So I encourage you to take this scan, guys. I mean, I didn't really put it together for me. And here it is. Well, and you know what, William, a scan like that can hunt those ones. You might want to increase maybe the market cap and all of that, but I mean, a scan like that can find the Johnsons and the McDonald's and the. So again, if you click on my homepage link, and you'll see, just go to the scan section. Just go to the scan section, and it's here's the one you see, and then here's the other one, the large cap gainers from the open. Okay, so save my link, and then you can look at this anytime you want. And don't forget, guys, big promo, first place, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. I almost think I should somehow bring this over here. I mean, look at Snap. I mean, Snap has had this nice. I know we were watching this right at $11, maybe just a little bit over $11, and so it's gone 50 cents from $11. That's pretty good. MAIA action. Let's take a look at that from Zach. Yeah, it's showing up in a race anywhere. The reason, probably the reason, even though I don't have a relative volume filter in here, the relative volume is really low, but So then again, this Agio, Agio, what more room does this have? So it's got room to 30. I mean, so that's not a ton of room, but look at that little move. I mean, off that 200-day moving average, AGIO. Even even Nordstrom's trying to come back a little bit. JWN. Undoubtedly the market is probably helping some of these stocks now. Yeah, and there's your Amgen. So I'm going to just, Home Depot. So I mean, if you wanted to have a scan that would find this in a race, all you have to do is take this one, first of all, up the price range, because I've got a price range, I think 1 to 50 or something like that, just up the price range. And in the latest versions of I don't know, do you guys have this little pencil? Not the pencil, but the gear. You guys have access to that gear yet? Because here's an easy way, here's an easy way to just customize it a little bit more. Want a different price range, increase the price range, decrease the price range, increase the volume, things like that. Ugh, how ugly is this one? I just I don't know why I remembered, but remember this. This was the big investment by AMC into this mining company. Look at this in the toilet now. HYMC. Ugly, ugly, ugly. How is AMC doing right now? All right, guys, I will put myself back on mute. I'm still here. If you have questions, I will hop back on the mic. I have no idea what that is, Lori. Listen, of course, I'm biased about our product, but I have no idea what that is. I just don't believe in auto trading, number one. So if it's a robot trading, I just don't believe in it. Okay. So, it's that simple. I don't believe in, we have auto trading, we have it available. I just don't believe in it. So, I mean, I'm telling you guys that this large cap gainers from the open, I mean, yeah, the market is certainly helping, but you know what? We get into a market where we, like a market like today, where we have a bit of a bit of a comeback, shall we say? I mean, take a look at the large cap gainers from the open. I mean, these things are just absolutely moving. At the beginning of the day, I have no idea. I really wasn't paying that much attention. But, if you get a market turn like this, devote your attention. I mean, listen, the small cappers are wonderful. They'll give you the biggest bang for the bucks. But, but if you're new to trading and you're looking for something less stressful, I really, really recommend this large cap gainers from the open. And here's the blue. Okay, well, what will blue do now? I mean, look, I mean, I'm still in this relay. It's just stress free, stress free. I did take some out, but I mean, it's just stress free. Not if you do it one at a time. Okay. I mean, in my opinion, anyway. I mean, do you think this is a large cap? I mean, do you think, I'm not talking about expensive stocks. I mean, our lay is not an expensive stock. It's only $24. I'm not talking about trading like $100 to $300 stocks. I'm talking, just they just happen to be large cap. I mean, Snap. I mean, look at Snap, $11 stock. It's a large cap stock. It's a stock. It's a large cap stock, but it's not expensive. Edit, large cap stock, not expensive. All the large cap is, all I did was take this scan right there, took that scan right there, and just said, okay, make it half a billion, 500 million market cap, and at least 50 million in the float. That doesn't mean, and I've got what have I got here? Yeah, I'm only going, $10 to $50. That's it. And I'm rarely seeing anything close to that even, like to the $50 level. Look at them all. I mean, 21, 18, 20, 13, 29, 26, 12. I mean, so don't mistake, unless you're talking like, well, you only want to trade stocks that are $5 and under, but I mean, that's a different issue. Well, I was going to say a $5 account. If you can make $200 a day in a $5 account, I want to tour with you. I'll be uh, I'll be the MC. I mean, just getting into numbers. Okay, look at Relay. You could have taken 200 shares. Okay, that was your 5,000, and you're more than likely have some, intraday margin, right? And if you taken that at where I got it, I think 23.30, and you were still in this 40 cents, 200 shares. I mean, there's $80, and you start adding it up. Yeah, I don't know about options, Joe. Options is a really it's it's certainly not for it's certainly not for everybody. I know it sounds wonderful because of the leverage. So anyway, you do that. So maybe you make $100 on that trade, even though it's a $24 stock. Look, I'm just trying to say the possibilities are just because you've only got 5,000 in the account. I wouldn't necessarily say you should only trade $3 stocks. But I'm going to tell you this: your goal to make $200 or $300 a day with a $5,000 account, it's pretty. It's going to be awfully hard to do, unless you get really, really fortunate. Well, if you can make $200 a day with a $5,000 account, you are better than 99.9999% of the people out there that are honest. All right, guys. What time is it now? 3:19. So I'll put the YouTube link in here. Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes, I guess. I know I mentioned this Agio right around here. Right around, I think it was $29, just over $29. It was, this is what I was noticing from the large cap gainers from the open. A lot of them just seem to move and then just kind of consolidate. No giant red candles, or even giant green candles up or down. And so this one was just basing just around 29. And what did it get up to? 30.21? I mean, it's pretty good. And who knows where it's going? The big thing was, yeah, okay, that's right. I saw this 30 over here. So what did it get to? It got to 30.20. 30.05 is the next high looking left. So that could stall it. I know it popped above it a little bit. And that looks like a high back here of the same around 30.27. So it's always still about looking left to see where it could go before it hits the next high. Doesn't matter what price range you're in, just look left. If you want to upgrade standard to premium, okay, I can. If you go to our home page, give me a moment. Okay, so if you click on our homepage link, then you're going to see, okay, then questions and answers. Just tell them what you want to do. Click on the ask, give them the email, okay, that you've signed up for, so they can check your account and they'll figure out how to do that for you, okay? Yeah, I mean, VRAX was good. It was really good. I talked myself out of it. And I can't remember why. I think I looked left and I thought maybe the 5 level. I think it was below 5. Yeah, I talked myself out of it, but that, that's okay. I have a certain. I'm helped more by doing that than sir, I'm going to miss these ones, but that's okay. Well, I talked myself out because it didn't meet some of the requirements that I would want to take this one. But that's okay. I mean, it's now I'm looking at this relay. What did I say was the next high? Was it 25? Yeah, 2501. I mean, look how beautiful this is. I will probably pay a lot more attention to this tomorrow, the large cappers tomorrow, depending on what the market's doing. Again, I maintain it's probably being helped because the market's putting a little bit of a surge. I'm sure that's helping. Flowers, FLWS from Zach. So this is actually an earnings play today. Got hammered down a little bit. It's going to be really interesting to see where this blue goes, BLU. Did Relay have some news? I don't even know if they had any news today. I don't see any news. I mean, it's just been. Friday tomorrow, and then we get a long weekend. I know everybody's cheering for that long weekend, except for you, William, and maybe Zach, and probably Poe and a couple other degenerate gamblers out there. I'm kidding, of course. And by the way, degenerate gambler, that's a term that's used. I'm not using it in a hugely derogatory sense. Okay. Usually for sports gamblers. In case somebody is wondering, wow, that's pretty rude. You too, Jado? Okay. No, I mean, it seems like it's been years since our last long weekend, especially for you guys, because you don't have one in August. In the States, we at least have one in Canada. We usually have the first Monday in August as a holiday also. Try to have a holiday once a month. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to wrap this up. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to wrap this up now. There's Chris.
Here I
Chris, I
am.
want to talk to you.
Talk to me.
Okay, so just a minute. Let me wrap up the other room. Okay, I'm just going to close that down.
Alrighty.
So just give me a moment.
Oh,
All right, guys,
BRAX.
let me get my script together so I can shut the room down. The main room, not YouTube. Okay, guys, thanks a lot for all of the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we will see you then. Okay, so Chris, I don't know if you had a chance to look at that scan that I put in, the racing scan, the large cap gainers from the Open.
Yep. No, I
And
hadn't had a chance yet, but I'm curious.
definitely take a look at it. So the idea is this. I mean, and you could probably take your relative strength one. All I
Hmm.
did was I took my biggest gainers from the Open. All I
Yep.
did was I put in 500,000 market cap and a 50 million minimum float. Okay, and then still up 2% from the close. So
Okay.
I did that not for me really. It's just for people who maybe don't want the volatility of these smaller ones. And I thought, okay, well, why not give them something that's a little less volatile? Holy smokes! Now a lot of it maybe because of course the market put in a nice little move at the end of
Right.
the day, but I mean I could go over so many stocks that just absolutely ran, but in an orderly fashion,
Hmm.
and all day, just with no giant red candles, no giant green candles, just a lot more orderly. So for me personally, I am going to watch this one tomorrow.
You
Again,
got
maybe
my
if the market just
curiosity.
takes a complete dive, maybe you'll get nothing. Thing is, though, they are strong stocks because they got to be up 2% from the close.
Right.
So so we'll see. But man, oh man, I mean, I took this relay, RLAY. Take a look at that one, and look at it on a 15-minute chart, and look how nice it was.
Oh, wow.
You
Yeah.
know, and a lot of them look like that. They're a little bit of a
Very
base,
clean.
and then beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Take a look at Snap, even. You
You
know,
know, I had Snap in an early race, and I set a price alert because I said the stock can't go down forever, right? I mean, it's going to have a recovery day at some point.
right.
But my price alert was set kind of high, and I lost track of it. But I mean, it held that slightly under that 11 area 1090 and really based under there and really came out nice after that.
Mm-hmm. Look at SNN. I mean, I saw so many that looked just like this. And that started early too. I mean, that was at
Yeah, that's
11:15, the
not with the
SNN.
market. That's doing that on its own.
Exactly, exactly.
Hmm.
So, yeah, it's just, I just call it large cap gainers from the open percent. And just all I did was just make a market
Now
cap
you
of at
put
least
two
500
cloud
million.
links in there. Is there a difference between them?
No, the reason is the first cloud link, I accidentally put another character in at the end.
Oh,
So
okay.
it
All right.
wouldn't, that's all.
Got
So,
it. So, all right, I've got plenty of screen space, so I'm gonna load that up for tomorrow.
yeah, I mean, it can't hurt. Certainly can,
No.
especially for people who are looking for something a little less volatile, a
Yep.
little more calm. All right, my friend.
I will make the screen swap then.
Okay.
Alrighty, perfecto. And you're off and running. One more
Okay,
day to
thank you.
go for the
One more
long
day to
weekend.
go. Yes, absolutely. Okay, Chris, talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds great, Barry. Take care. Bye bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Alrighty, everybody. So that's exciting. Something new to look at for me tomorrow. Barry sharing that out. Appreciate that. Definitely got my curiosity. I wouldn't mind finding some things that are a little nicer to look at than something like VRAX. You can take a look at that. And I mean, not that VRAX is that bad, to be honest. I felt like it was maybe looked a little worse earlier. Some of those topping shadows and bottoming shadows. Maybe I was looking at something else and I got it confused with that. You got it here and here, a few, but had that initial pop, and it kind of just caught that 8 EMA on a 15-minute and just really held it together for the rest of the day. So I don't know. We'll see. As Barry mentioned, even in the down market here, some of those stocks were definitely that he just mentioned, especially that SNN. But look at that again. I mean, the market itself was moving down and then sideways when this turned around. So definitely something promising. I think there's something promising there. It sounds like it. Like I said, I'll do a little deeper dive tonight and tomorrow morning. So something exciting for Friday. So with that said, happy Thursday, everybody. Friday Junior, as I like to call it. If anybody has any questions, please fire those away for me. As always, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. An interesting day from the overall market. Just throw up a SPY real fast, and I'll get into a few things that I looked at while nobody's asking any questions. I talked about this line a whole lot here, 393, 394. And I said, I feel like this line is going to be a big deal. And we gapped down under it, came up, touched it, fell, made an attempt, got through, came back and tested it, have come back and tested it again. So, I think this line is a pretty big deal. I think I'm pretty accurate on that one. The bulls want any chance of a bear market ending in the anytime near future, they will have to close above this line several times to have any chance of building off of this. And then if the bulls can do that, then you can make an argument some higher lows, right? Then you'd have to take out this high because you got to make higher highs with those higher lows. So are these things that are possible? Absolutely. I still think it's a bear market. Well, we'll see. I much prefer it to be a bull market, quite personally. But yeah, that remains a pretty big deal. Now, I did have this trend line for a long time. I'm going to redraw it. Is that my trend line? I can't remember now. I think I had it here.
CMRA.
But don't quote me on that. Yeah, I saw you CMRA coming. No, because it wasn't all the way back here. I didn't have it there. Yeah, I think it was like that. So there's that trend line again. If we were to extend it way out, that would be some work for the bears to do to get it down here and below that trend line and pinning it down again. And that's not even where I want it. That's more where I'd want it. So, bear market and all that, but we'll see. Like I said yesterday, perhaps max pain theory ends up being sideways chop for a long time. So CMRA, an early price alert from the early morning shenanigans here, and still doesn't look like it really wants to get through it. And this is the kind of thing that Barry is looking to avoid with that scan that he just shared there. This craziness. Look at that. He said 50 mil in the market cap, so this would not make it. Plus, I think he said maybe 50 mil in the float for a minimum float, not maximum float. It's the opposite of a low float kind of scan. Let's see. But check that out tomorrow. We took a quick peek at VRAX. Obviously winning a lot of races here for me. Very nice move off of all this here. So again, you want to be careful just going chasing, but this still seems to be the theme. These newer stocks that had, have just a little bit of data essentially here, making these wild moves. And someone might say, oh, that's not a wild move. I mean, come on, it's 67% right now. That's a wild move. That's all that, that's a wild move. Let's go down the line. INAB was making some noise early in the day. But that was it. And again, no, this is not a newer issue. But, as far as I'm concerned, a day trading vehicle, we've got something that's in a big downtrend, really small float, some kind of bio nonsense. I'm sure it's not anything that significant, running right into this resistance here. I feel like we were talking about this a day or two ago. We must have been with this gap up. So there's that. What else? And again, please, folks, anybody with questions, I see people coming in and out of the stream all the time. So I don't know if it's, people rotating in and out, and some might not know what we're doing here, who we are. So, please ask questions if you have them. That's what I'm here, not to just talk into the void, but answer questions. Snap, mentioned that with Barry before. I'm figuring this has got to have an update at some point. I mean, this stock is, absolutely decimated. I mean, what's it down from January? It's lost 75% of its price action since January 1st. I mean, come on. I mean, that's just madness, absolute madness. So, I'm a big believer in gaps like to be filled, but I mean, tried to, peel up off this and got rejected up here for whatever reason. Crazy liquid, which trading what it trades essentially. We did have a bit more action yesterday than we've seen in a while. But, I set the price alert, just never really materialized. That's all there was to it. BHC, much of the same. No, this one, yeah, so this one was making a lot of noise yesterday, as a matter of fact. But couldn't get out of gear after the initial pop and sideways action. But made a nice move again today, very liquid, doing double what it's normally doing for volume. So still got good volume. That wish I would have kept a little better track of that today. I was really kind of unable to trade today because of things I had to do here. So a little bit unfortunate that I didn't see that earlier, to be honest. Kind of a bummer. Kind of bums me out right now, actually. Let's continue down the line. We talked about CMRA. It just looks like, people are trying to pump that one. I don't think there's anything going on there. ALKI, this is the one that I said I took home yesterday. So I'm going to leave that position open with a low from here. Low as my stop. That's my stop there. I don't have a big size in there or anything like that. It's a small size. But, I just figure you got all these stocks that have done this here, and then they have their day where they go nuts. And, I saw this big volume burst coming in here, so I grabbed it on this candle here. And I'm just kind of sitting right around flat at it for right now. So we'll see what happens in the coming days. But, there's no edge on that. I'm just, I'm using a lifetime low stop, essentially, with just a small share size. So I'm not risking anything that I can't afford to lose. Not that I want to lose anything, obviously, but that's the way the cookie crumbles on trading. You win some, lose some. HPCO, I did take a trade in this, pretty quick in and out on one of those 10 breaks. I shot up by 11. I just got out real fast. This is kind of kind of the theory behind what I did with the other one, but this was much more volatile, much more crazy. We can see the crazy volatility here between the liquidity and the relative volume. So we'll see. Maybe it's on the watch list again tomorrow, or I should say, race is not really watch list tomorrow. But this is one of those really hard ones. You got that 3-bar pullback and a nice pop, but that was it. You could never get back above this level here right there. So that's not much else to comment there. PXMD, this thing continues to make some noise, but nothing crazy. I mean, gapped up, couldn't get above these levels here again, and that's that. Super duper, super low float. Like I said the other day, I don't know how accurate that is or isn't, but I'm sure it's not so far off that it really makes a difference in anything. Very liquid on the number there, 8.6 mil traded. And take this for whatever it's worth, 2.5 times what's normally doing, but you only have 1, 2, 3, 4 days worth of data to even look at. So, what do you even really say about that? And the last thing that I made a price alert for was Jay-Z. Looked like it might have been a high flyer out of China yesterday. Came down, swooped, made a big move up to attempt to close and gave it right up at the end of the day. Looked like it might try to get rolling again today, but we could see a lot less volume overall on today than it was yesterday even. And again, you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 days worth of data. You know what I mean? So there's no real data here. There's no edge. There's no anything, to be honest. But still very liquid, if we're to believe the numbers. 8.4 mil shares traded today in a small float. So, if you're trying to keep things on a watch list and, that have been active and, with this theme here of new issues and, the fact that so many of these new issues have gone nuts, there's Jay-Z. So, it's really all I got for today at what I was looking at. The rest of the day, my head was down and involved in some users that just really couldn't get stuck out of the mud with some stuff they got going on their platform or on their layouts. So really hampered by pinned windows and things like that. A feature I wish we would just get rid of at this point, but it is what it is. So again, if anybody has questions, please fire those into the chat panel for me. All right. Sector analysis list here. Not much to comment on. Be dry. I mean, this thing has been, decimated over the last several months. Big downtrend. Relief bounce, relief rally, I guess today. I don't know. IHE, pharmaceuticals. It's a very thinly traded ETF, but all the same, nothing. Your biotechs. It was, kind of the summer darling for a little bit here. They made a nice run right up through here. Or really, the run was up through here, and then they were just kind of flat for July. And made a nice pop out of July, and then faded hard again. So, but we'll see. Who's going to be the leader out of this bear market? The biotechs were the leader into the bear market. So, could they be the leader out of it? Seems reasonable, right? You can still call that a base, higher lows, right? But, we're going to have to take that out to make a higher high. So to be determined. I'm skeptical, but, got to look for those bright spots, those spots of rotation. So these are jumping around on me a little bit. So there's healthcare. Healthcare doesn't look really awesome. I mean, look how long this is just going sideways for, really, at this point. I mean, so just a little over a year, 13, 14 months going sideways. We're going. Nope. We're going. Nope. We're going. No. This time we're really going. No. We're going. No. Little fail. Back up into the range. So all things considered, you can make the argument that healthcare has held up very well as compared to the major indexes. different look at healthcare. The Utes are popping up. So your utilities here, they still continue to, let's call them a market darling, I guess. I don't know, for whatever it's worth. They had a beautiful run earlier in the year. Gave it all up, but they really kind of just held this level down here. And then another really nice run. Still trying to hold up. Much nicer looking than the overall indexes as well, but resistance looms. IBB, much the same as the XIB. And that's really it on your leaders on the day here. XLC or communications, but I don't think there's a lot to comment there. It's just in a serious downtrend. Same with your medical devices and consumer staples, kind of just hovering here. Zoom back out a little bit. I mean, just hasn't really gone anywhere in over a year. Gone nearly nowhere, but doesn't look as terrible as it could. Doesn't look as terrible as some other ones. So that's all I'm going to highlight on the sector analysis. I'll save a big rundown for tomorrow in case I'm getting the silent treatment like today. Tomorrow, give us something to talk about, or give me something to talk about and share. So let's get rid of that. And what's that? So might as well while we're here and nobody's asking anything. Let's look at Barries. Scan. File, load from cloud, load. So large cap race, 4 minutes to run, change from the open, delta value, all that cool stuff. Let's go into the configure. And I don't use. So let's see. Got to be up 2% from the close. 10 to $50. Traded at least 500,000 on the day. Float's got to be over 50 mil, and market cap's got to be over. $500 million. All right. So it's got to be over 500 million. For some reason, I thought he said 50 million. And I must have been confusing with the 50 mil flow. And I also thought that seemed light. So, all right. Very interesting. Very interesting. And then he's sorting, I'm guessing, on the chain from open. Yeah. Cool. Excluding ETFs, warrants. All the normal stuff. All right, so this will be interesting to see tomorrow. All right, I'm pumped. I like something new. No, Terrical. No, your stuff is easy. I ended up in. I don't like to announce this because I don't want people thinking it's something that they can really get. But sometimes I get stuck with people. I have to remote into their systems and figure out what the heck they did. Stuff like yours is easy. That takes me 2 minutes, and it's an email back and forth. You know what I mean? That's nothing. It's when I get stuck in remotes with people. I was stuck in remotes this morning from 9 o'clock this morning till almost 1 o'clock this afternoon. I couldn't get out of these remotes because there's people that just had, so many issues with their layouts, and I was trying to save their layout because even all their backup and historical layouts were destroyed too. So I spent the entire day trying to save people's layouts. It just is what it is. It's what I get paid for. It's why I also, Trade Ideas does pay me. I always lament when I see a trade like, BHC there's no easy trade. There's no such thing as an easy trade. But I mean, this was pretty nice. This set up really nice for me because you got this opening range here, right? And as soon as you started to break above that later in the day here, I mean, it just, you know, right here, that might have been the candle to get in. If not this one, it would have been before my noon cutoff at 11:30. I mean, you know, somewhere in that 11:30 candle, 11:30 to 11:45 candle, just would have been nice. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? It happens. That's all. You know, and it moved up and then came back and, you know, would have touched somewhere near probably where my entry was before making a nice scoop up afterwards. So your email had nothing to do with while I was in the middle of doing things and waiting for people's computers to unfreeze is when I answered your email. Because, you know, I don't know if you've ever seen what happens when you have 100 hidden pinned windows, but it's not fun. It's not fun for anybody. So, and, you know, it happens. It can happen to anybody. I had it happen to me, you know, years ago when I was a new subscriber to Trade Ideas. And I had taken a few scans from Barry, and he used to use pin windows in some of his scans. I didn't understand how the pin function worked. And it was like all of a sudden you had, you know, all these hidden windows underneath, and you couldn't see them the way it was lined up. So, you know, it's not like, you know, it happens to people. That's all there was to it. But, you know, my thing was I was trying to save their layouts because nobody likes to build another layout. I don't want someone to have to build another layout, you know, unless obviously I want to build another layout. But, you know, losing the layout's not fun. I don't want that to happen to anybody. So, you know, try to make that little extra effort to keep it for them. Yeah, Mike, see, yeah, that's, you know, that's my role around here. Know your role. So MGAM making some noise. But nah, you know, I don't know. I feel like I traded this one on this day. Maybe I did. Maybe I can't remember now. Another one of those newer issues. And again, it's hard because, you know, while technically, yeah, there's enough data for relative volume here, there's just not enough historical data to say, oh, you know, this area really is a magnet for price, as support or resistance or anything like that, you know. So, you know, we'll see. See if it shows up on a race tomorrow. RYTM, this thing made crazy moves a months ago now, actually. One set of moves. A little bit fractal on this, so big move up, a pullback, a big move up, a pullback, an okay move up, pullback, a little more prolonged pullback before this move that happened here today. Still doing it on much lighter volume than all the madness that happened here, but you can't ignore it. So I'm guessing whatever news that they had way back here, it was sustainable news. And then their earnings, obviously, the market liked their earnings on top of whatever news happened here. So you got a situation for a perfect parabolic spike that's sustained to this point. So he weighs off that all-time high back there at the beginning of 2021. That's quite a move it made there. I kind of remember it. And it's kind of remember when I was making some of these moves back here in 2021 or 2020, excuse me. So I remember it being a really volatile stock, and every time it showed up, I was a little squeamish of trying to get in it because it's one of those ones that had like real big spreads and could jump all over the place. Can I show a day chart that says no way? I mean, I didn't see any that says no way. I mean, there's nothing that says no way, but no way to run into it early. This CMRA, I think, is a good example, right? You know, you're coming in, there's no action in it whatsoever, makes a big gap up, right? And it just, you know, this whole topping shadows here. That tells me no way to jump in on it, but there's, you never know. Something could, You know, something could gap up from a $1 to $10, and if it bases for like, you know, a few hours and the volume stays, you know, pretty good in it and all that, I mean, I'd get in, you know, I might take a shot at it. So I don't think there's any no way charts. I mean, if there is, I'm sorry, I just don't have an example of one right now, Peter. I mean, even this here, you know, look. All right, makes this big move and can't get through, but then bases the whole day, and now it's making a nice move on the close here, right? So, you know, I don't have anything else that's gonna look like that at all. I mean, in each HPCO, I mean, you know, it's tough. You got this massive gap up, right? But it still makes this nice, you know, a nice even pullback. It never takes out the low of the day, right? And then gets a nice boost off of it. So, you know, there's an opportunity there. Is some just, I would say some charts are going to be more likable, and you got to be patient with some of them. So Pixie, Steve says no way, PIXY. I never looked at Pixie the entire day. Yeah, I don't know that it's just the chart though for me on this. So here's, you know, look at this. This is what I would look at here. Look at that spread. You can't trade that spread. You're talking a 70, 80 cent spread. That's impossible. That's impossible. I mean, just that's no way. This is more no way than this to me. I mean, but yeah, look. So this probably shot up, gets halted, opens, halt, opens, halt, opens, trades all the way down here, shoots back up, halts again. So yes, that, I guess we could call that a no way one. But I mean, it's no way here. But what if, you know, it starts basing here, you know, makes some kind of base down like this or cross like this, right? And then the volume starts coming back in. So it's no way back here. Now it remained to be no way because it, you know, volume got spotty and declined, and you know, nothing really happened. But you know, there's no way to predict that it means no way for the whole day. So similar Pixie where it was no way through here. CMRA, same thing. It was no way through there. But you know, someone that was playing pullbacks, someone might have had had this the whole day, move their price alert down the whole day. And then when, you know, this thing, maybe it broke out of this level here, someone might have wanted to take a shot on it saying, hey, you know, it's breaking this area here. We got a little pop in volume, and they might have been able to get a ride up there. And on a 5-minute chart, that doesn't look too bad, right? A couple 5-minute candles will look good before that spike and it comes back out. So I would say that, you know, different people have things that will take them out of take stocks out of the running for them for the entire day. And that's going to be unique to each trader, though. I don't think that is something that is universal to every trader. That's what I would say about that. I think, you know, some traders that like this kind of stuff are willing to wait it out and move price alerts around or however they want to track the stock like that, where other traders will say, yeah, you know, that stock looks like a tough trader from the get-go. I'm just going to move on to something else and not look at it for the rest of the day. So, you know, that's what makes us all individuals and unique traders. That's where I would go with all that. So market closed a little over a minute ago. Wow, bullish close. So, you know, is it a relief rally here? Is it a relief bounce? I don't know. That's hefty. That's really hefty. And look at the SPY here on that. Let's bring that up. So that's serious. I maintain that this line is a really big deal here for CMRA not moving down. I maintain that's a really big line. So the fact that, we gapped below it, kept trying to test it, couldn't get through it, got through it, and then we bounced off it for the rest of the day. I think that sets us up for a Friday rally. How big of a rally? How sustained of a rally? No idea. I wouldn't be surprised to see we close on an up day tomorrow. Obviously, it's going to be a down week, right? Oops, nope, not what I want. Let's go to a weekly chart. I mean, it would take a really big rally for us to get a green week. If we got a green week tomorrow, I mean, that would be quite the feather in the cap for the Bulls, I would say. It's not impossible. It's absolutely not impossible. I don't think it's likely. Yes, let's all rush right into it. Funny story. When I was first trying to figure out anything about trading, this is literally like April 4th of 2017. There's someone on Twitter that I had found. I don't think anybody here would know them. They're not a big personality, but they ran a day trading room. And, I asked the guy, and he was doing some free webinars and stuff. It's not any big personality. They don't have a YouTube channel. It's not, any names you throw it won't be whoever you think it is anyways. But, I asked this guy about learning, and he said, well, you can come and join our group, and, we only trade, the first 45 minutes of the day, and everybody makes all this money, and Then he started asking me questions like, how big of an account do you have? How much money do you have? What's your margin allowance and all that stuff like that. And I didn't even know what like any of that meant. And it just kind of made me like, a little, I don't know, it just felt really kind of weird. All these questions he was asking me. I haven't seen the guy in years, and he ended up in some fight with someone on Twitter, and the guy kind of like doxed him and dragged him out into the light or whatever, some incident that he had with the fight and whatever else. So, anytime I see a stock getting pumped, I always think of that clown. I haven't seen him in a long time, long time. In fact, I never even searched him on Twitter in a long time. Let's search him right now. Oh, he doesn't even exist anymore on Twitter. Interesting. Or if he does, he changed his name because then when I started I followed him on Twitter, and then when I started learning a little bit and posting my own stuff and starting to understand charts a little better, he had followed me back, and I'd see him like retweet some of my stuff and things like that. So I've always found that interesting. I found it flattering, to be honest. But this was like a couple of years later, coming towards the end of 2019, I guess it was. So, all right, we're moving along here. No, I won't name names. I won't name names. The only clue that I'll give you, the guy was somewhere out of Florida. That's it. I don't even remember where in Florida. And he had an incident where he got in a fight at a bar and he got his arm broken starting a fight drunk at a bar with someone. And that's how he ended up getting doxxed. That's all I'll say about it. He was really a nobody. He had a very small traders. There's probably like 20 or 30 people in his trading room or whatever it was. So anyways, that's the way the cookie crumbles in this world here. Not many are long lived. So CMRA shot down in the post market here through that price alert, but I don't think it's still got a little volume on that 1 minute. Interesting. No,
AKLI.
Not a great spread, I'll say. Gap, did you report today? No, you reported days ago. No, you're not even doing anything. No volume. Just must have had a print after hours. I got it onto the race. BMY, same thing. No real volume there. Oh, we're still on a weekly chart. That's what's going on. Right. Swap back to daily. BTMD, that's got some volume in it. Bring up post market. A little bit of volume in there. You can see no volume for much of the day here. Little blips back here. These spikes, and we can see this volume's coming in, and there's the 1 minute volume. And again, what do we got? We got one of these weird plays here where, you know, newer issue. Awful spread. I just realized that. Look at that spread. Terrible spread. Thanks, but no thanks. So, all right, that's life in the fast lane here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to comment on now. I'm running out of steam here, folks. Look at a Q's chart. I always pull up the SPYs when let's look at a Q's chart. Let me get rid of the post market here. So would you look at that line that I drew on this one too? We gapped down to it, couldn't hold it, gave it up, fought with it, got above it, tested it, bounced off of it. So I think just like the SPY and the line that we have on the SPY, there's something to this line as well. And yeah, that's it. Can I combine alert windows? Yes, you can. We can combine them into what we call a multi-window. So this is what you're going to want to do here, Todd. You're going to want to get your menu bar, all right? And you're going to go new, multi-strategy window.
CMRA.
All right. Then you're going to want to take your alert window. I need to get an alert window. Hold on. Let me find an alert window. You want to get an alert window, and you're going to right-click that alert window, and you're going to go to collaborate, and you're going to copy that, and then you're going to come to the multi-window, and you're going to right-click, go to strategies, new strategy, and go to collaborate. You're going to get rid of what's in there. You're going to paste what you had from collaborate, and you're going to press OK. And that strategy is going to load in there. And you'll do that for each of the alert windows you want in there. And then you can come to properties afterwards. You're going to come to strategies. And you're going to go to colors on each strategy. So see how I have this here? Also, make sure you don't uncheck the check mark on it, right? See how that check mark can come on and off? If I uncheck it, that means I lose that window. All right. So leave that check mark in. You'll come to colors, and then you can change foreground and background colors. So, you can have, green and or hold on. So I want to leave that white. Cancel background color. Let's make green for that. Okay and okay. And there. And you see how that looks like that now. Let me know if that that works and makes sense. And if you need me to go back over that, let me know. I try not to go too fast or too slow, so I never know where someone is, what they've got going on in their layout that they can or can't follow me at that moment. So let me also get the user's guide link to that, because that would be probably helpful just for you to have, you can reference it later on. Copy link address. Paste. There you go. So there's the user's guide part. That, yeah, of course, the colors. So again, for the colors, if we right click the window again, we'll come to strategies, right? And we can see the strategy here. We want to make sure don't uncheck the strategies. If you uncheck a strategy, it just means it won't work in that window till you check it again. All right, but you can see colors here, and the foreground is going to be the letters, the writing. So, I can change that lettering to red, for example, and press OK, and press OK, and there. And the background is that green that's here, and I could change that green to red also, and we could really mess with ourselves. We can't even see anything, right? There we go. So hopefully that is some of what you're looking for there. Mess around with this for a second here. You got it, Todd. This is a window that I was messing around with. I shared with you all the other day, and I was doing some research on it, and there were some things that, because of the spreads and the way things were falling within candles, it made it look better than it was. So that's interesting. When I add a spread filter to it, it makes it not as nice as it was. I'll continue to mess with that. What else? The strength scan here. Blue, that's interesting. Very solid straight day today. Nice move. A lot of resistance to get through though. Oops. Terrible line. Terrible. It's a little better. So quite a bit to get through, and we can extend that line all the way to the back here. No, I didn't migrate from it. I changed the name of it actually, because I had so many people saying, well, I don't use Bollinger Bands, and it doesn't make sense. So it's not right for me because I don't use Bollinger Bands. So then all of a sudden I was sharing it with some of the same people that were like really adamant about not liking it because of the Bollinger Bands. And they're like, oh yeah, that's much better. And I said, open the configuration. They're like, oh. And I said, I tried to explain it to you that the Bollinger Band, you don't need to know Bollinger Bands for it. It's what I use to try to find some momentum. So it's still the same scan. If I come to the configure here. See, position in Bollinger Bands, 15 minutes, 80% above the lower band. So it's still the same scan. All three of these here again. So open all three of them. 80% above the lower 15-minute band. And for good measure, so there it is. So no, I'm still using all the same stuff. I'm really not using anything else. Not for now, anyways. Like I said, I'm gonna mess with Barries. If nobody has it, I'll share it with you. This is what Barry just shared with me before. I'm sure he shared it before, but just in case anybody wasn't here, they missed it. This is a race that Barry made that's basically for larger cap stocks to try to find less volatile things, less volatile tickers, less volatile trading. So that might be something everybody's interested in, or some people are interested in anyways. Bum, bum, bum. You know what else? Let's walk out on some IWM look here. So IWM, we didn't have any other line in the IWM. We had this one way down here. That was it. I'm curious if I draw a line. Draw that line right here. What is that going to look like? What's it going to touch? I don't think it's going to be a significant line on the daily chart. Yeah, not really. I mean, yes, but no, not. I don't feel like that line is as important as the lines that we showed in the Qs or the SPYs. Yeah, it dances around it here and here and here, but it just, no. And the IWM is just weaker overall anyways. Just simply weaker. So no, I don't think there's anything about that. That. The IWM for a lot of traders, because a lot of traders are trading the smaller cap stuff. So the IWM is a big deal in that regard. So I think it's, important to pay attention to. I do as well, Todd. I mean, I'm not using all the versatility of it now, but I think, how much of the program you use also depends on the market we're in. When you're in a bull market, more things work. So you're going to want to use more things. Also, when you're in a bull market, you're going to have more exposure. At least I do generally have more exposure when I'm in a bull market. Because I'm going to be, I'm going to be swing trading on top of day trading. So I'm just, I'm exposed overnight very often in a bull market, and I'm looking at more scans and more time frames and things like that. Right now I'm really narrow because it's a tough environment. Can I share a link for the relative strength from open race? Absolutely. I love sharing this scan. I don't know. Feels like it's like my one real big hit for trade ideas. Let me find a link for RE. Relative strength from the open. Share, copy, close window, and paste. Now, this one that I'm sharing here has a price range from $2 to $100. So that would be this one here with the circle. These ones with the X have a $2 to $30 range. So you could just go into the configuration and change that if you want. That's all. Maybe you want 5 to 100, or maybe you want 5 to 500, or maybe you want $20 to $50. I don't know, whatever you want it to be. But it's easy enough. If you right click and go to configure, you're going to get this configure window first. All right. And so you could set min max price here and then press next, and whether you want to change the name of the race or not, and then done. Or you can go to configure and you can press advanced. All right. And you can come in here and mess around with the filters in here as well. All right. So, but other than that, I you know, I don't know. I find some pretty great stuff from it all day. I didn't even go over the winners list really fast, really fast. That's what we'll really end on now. You know, VRAX, was it easy? No, but you know, it was really just difficult off the open, and then it kind of, you know, really settled down actually. You know, really settled down out of that, to be honest. A nice explosion at the end of the day. GCT out of the gate. Nice move, a pullback, caught an 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. Nice move again. You know, is that easy? No. Is trading easy? Double no. This one I don't think was that great, right? Nah, this was tough. I mean, could you trade it? Sure. Probably looks better on a smaller time frame, but you know, that was tough. That would have been really tough. Yeah, that'd have been really tough. TCRT. This one, I mean, 7 mil shares traded, 3.88 on the relative volume. It was beautiful all day long. I never even saw this. I never even paid attention to that one. I didn't even go through this list myself. I just realized. Purple. This is furniture, right? Yeah, furniture. Look at that. I mean, 3 mil shares traded, doing 3 times what it's normally doing. That was beautiful. That is a beautiful looking chart. CMRA was trash. I say it's trash, but so like I said, someone else might have, you know, set a price alert like I do, and then it just kept bumping it down, and then they might have seen a break here for, you know, beauty's in the eye of the stock trader, and could have gotten a piece of that. It's not impossible. I just think it's not as nice of a move. That's all. HPCO, no. Oh yeah, you know, we talked about this. This was, you know, as a really, really hard trader. MGAM. Not really. No, I mean, down from the close still. I mean, I think this just had one big pop. Yeah, same thing again. We've been seeing this from the stock a bunch. Not a fan. And QH, same thing, but not realistically tradable. But you know, get a number up here that were some pretty good ones. And you know, that doesn't account for things that came in second place throughout the day. Also, PXMD, did that just go nuts? Yep. I don't want to say nuts, but not a bad spread either. CRDF. Yeah, just a nice steady move all day long. Not a whole lot on there, but you know, is there. Double L, Lumber Liquidators, right? Awful. Nope, nothing there. Oh, Pet Z. I feel like that won a few races. I just saw it on here somewhere. Hide. There we go. Pet Z won back-to-back races here. Yeah, you know. Tradable, yes. Easy, no. Really likable, no. Also no. Mike C looking for that bounce on the IWM. I think we might get it tomorrow, my friend. Well, let's see. We'll see. We'll see. I think it might be possible we get that tomorrow. So, all right, everybody, that's going to be a wrap for me for today. Let's see, today's Thursday, Friday Junior. You will get Andy tomorrow at noon. I'll be back here at 3:30 to round out the week. It's a long holiday weekend. Labor Day here in the U.S., so markets are closed on Monday. We will not be around ourselves. I mean, you know, someone will always be answering emails, and that someone will probably be me, but all the same, for all intents and purposes, we'll be gone. I'll end it as always. It's a bear market, all right? Treat it as such. You know, smaller share size, tighter stops, things of that nature, you know. Just be careful and be nimble. That's all there is to it, right? And thanks, Mike C. Appreciate it. You too, Todd, Willow, always appreciate it. So I thank you all very, very kindly for coming in. I thank you for the questions. the chats, the interactions. And wherever you are on this spinning globe called Earth, I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Thursday. All right, everybody. Thank you. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.